Alright, guys. BLM here, back. Another live stream. There's nothing happening. Generally, I was like literally thinking about this before stream, and I generally cannot think of a single thing that's happened since last stream that's like actually notable to talk about. That I like at least that I have like I believe Star Quebec ended. That's a thing. I haven't watched it. Again, Outlast started. Also, haven't watched it. Like a Trader's NZ episode came out today. Also, didn't watch it. So yeah, I don't know what there is to talk about. But that's good because we have a fucking player ranking to work on that will surely finish at some point. Um, yeah, I'm still trying to get stream up on my phone. Okay, there we go. Also, is this the dumbest stream title ever? Like generally, I forgot what like why I made the stream title until like earlier today when I opened OBS. Like, what the fuck is this? Like I just kept it from last night or from last stream.
I've been wanting to
Oh,
beat off.
biggest party. For a resub. But how's Gears of War? It was okay. Generally, like I have a lot of respect for the game. It's not that great though, but yeah. But, like I made this in the end of last stream. It's is the Lee Masters of milking your own milk fame in Europe, the 400 best player in Survivor history, and please save me from this ranking. Yeah. Anything new? I don't think so. Like, I was kind of saying that at the very beginning. I don't think there's anything new. Like again, stuff's happened. I just have no take on anything though. Again, I haven't watched Outlast. I haven't watched Star Quebec, which just ended. There was one other thing. Oh, Traders NZ just aired too today, and I also haven't watched it. So yeah, again, don't know. I saw Spencer was arrested. Is that a real thing? Um, I only know like one person that's even on Survivor Quebec. Um, what year for Rizzo? Made the finals. Yeah, yeah. I guess good for him. Yeah, I guess the Knicks won, right? That's the thing that happened. Yeah, I definitely care about that. Um, oh yeah, I did. Yeah, I finished Lace Up Lauren's Mazer's 31 rewatch. Legitimately, I think that's the only thing I've watched since last stream is Maze Race 31. In relation to, well, I guess I've rewatched what episodes six, seven, eight of 40 or of 50. I mean, since last stream. But well, Watch Outlast probably. I don't know. I'm trying to decide what exactly I'm doing with shows because like right now it's like well I'm about to get caught up so like I'm still not fully caught up on like streams I want to watch. Like I'm still not caught up on Dwight's Blonde O'Clock Hour stream from last week, so I'm like midway through that. Once I'm done with that, I kind of still like I still want to finish One Piece. Like I haven't watched One Piece in like 3 weeks at this point. um but I do want to just get caught up, or at least I want to get the Egghead. Like I want to finish Egghead. I want to get to where they took the break and now they're doing Elbaf. Um, so I think I'm still gonna do that. I'm gonna like finish that, which shouldn't be that long. I'm already like like a fourth of the way through Wano, so it's like whatever. Yeah, I want to finish that, and then maybe after that I watch Survivor Quebec and Outlast. Not sure what order. We'll see. um, Rizzo's finally a champion now. Is that a thing? Or like his fucking team won. We're calling him a champion. Um, to be one out on Survivor. I don't know why you're still so obsessed around like hypotheticals about Survivor 50 that don't fucking matter. um, New Era Final Juror ranking. I haven't thought about it. I did see someone post theirs, and they had like Teeny at the bottom, and I was like, that seems kind of insane. But now actually thinking about it, it's not actually that insane. I don't know if she's at or they're actually on the bottom or he. But yeah, not not the most insane take, I guess. Um, Oh, is that you? Okay, well, that's fine. Yeah. Who? Like, so, like, Carson is probably the best, right? Yeah, I would say Carson's probably the best. Then you got like Jesse. Um. Oh yeah, Romeo's not even a final juror. Yeah, Jonathan is the person. Well, Jonathan 42 to clarify. Like I think it's like going through them in order. It's like Heather. Then you got. I think Jonathan's better than Heather. Then you have Jesse's better than them. Carson's better. Like it really just gets better from like 41 to 45. Then you got Katura, who's like probably the worst. Yeah, probably the worst, right? Then you have was it Liz, who I would say is probably above or below Jonathan. I think is interesting. Um, I think Liz is better than Heather. Um, but yeah, I think Liz. Yeah, I would say probably like below Jonathan ultimately. Liz is worse than Katura. I disagree with that. And then you got what Teeny, which yeah, Teeny and Katura I think are fighting for last. I would say Katura probably is worse than Teeny. Um, I mean, it's not even for sure that she wins. And also, I don't think her game's actually that good though. Heather talking about. And like, there's nothing Heather actually does like on her own on that season. Like Liz, like there's at least like individual moves she makes. It's like, yeah, Heather had more win equity, but also generally Heather probably has more people that hate her than Liz, which is kind of funny. Because like the thing about Liz that people didn't even dislike Liz, they just didn't respect her. With Heather, like there's people on the jury that actually hated Heather. Um, I mean, Katura, like the problem with Katura is that she's like not even in a good spot for a good chunk of the season. Like middle portion of the season, she's like kind of just completely on the outs, and then like after that, she's like enabling the Reba 4, and then doesn't ultimately make a move by the end. Who hate Heather? It's like Shannon Liana. I mean, Shan claimed Heather was like potentially is racist. Is the right term? I don't know. Like ignorant. I think literally the word she used is ignorant. Like I believe literally in her like one word association, like for Heather, she like said ignorant. um, yeah, like microaggression-y sort of stuff, I believe. Um, what was the dumb question she asked Nasir? The dumb question? Like the only thing I think of is like her like pretending like she didn't like lead the vote against him when she did. Um yeah, it's like the thing about Heather is like she can only get a plurality. It's like at best she's like getting a plurality and winning, which again that might have actually happened. But also that's like her best case scenario is a plurality against like Deshaun and Xander. Like probably her like only actual winning scenario. Um I have not watched Royal Quebec still. Probably won't for at least a little bit still. I do want to though. Again, I was like obviously don't spoil the season, but like was it good? Last I heard it was pretty good, right? Um it was good? Okay. Like where would you rank it? Like amongst the Quebec seasons? So you want spoiled? I believe there's like a winner spoiler for it, but I haven't seen it. Number 2 on par season 3. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't have faith in this season coming into it because I know that the formatting, or because there's less people, right, on the season, than even the last 2, I believe. So that's kind of a red flag, but no, we'll see. You became the only person online who liked Disclosure Day. Generally, I did not know that was even a movie until today. Um, like I saw like one person post a clip of like of Emily Blunt doing like a click noise, and then yeah, that led to me like, oh, I guess this is actually a movie that exists. Cool. Um Graham is the only winner to win a plurality vote. That is kind of insane, right? You'd think there would be more, but Yeah, I can't think of another one, right? Um, is this a sequel to Close Encounters? I have no clue. I know it's Spielberg, right? So it's like, I'd be shocked that has like some connection. Um, Watch 50 be ranked lower than Forever Quebec. I think that'll be tough, but I don't know. I think A Redemption's better than Quebec. Or fuck Quebec, better than 50, I mean. But I'd be surprised if Quebec 4 ends up, but we'll see. I don't hate 50 at all. 50's just fine. Like for me, it's a very like passable season. Like I generally I think this season is just 100% game changers without the negativity. Like now having rewatched like over half the season, like it literally is just game changers. Like I actually with the exception of the game changers had like the Malcolm vote and like the game changers had like higher highs. Um, but like in terms of like the overall like feeling of the season, it's essentially just game changers. If like Zeke and Varner didn't, or wait, Zeke and Varner, yeah, that was right, right, yeah, you're right. If that stuff didn't happen, um, like even like a storytelling perspective, like it's such a mess. Like the season sucks. Generally, like the presentation of the season kind of sucks. Like it's like the storytelling of the season is so annoying. Like having like revisited the season, um, or like it's so like it's like half of it is like so in your face that's ridiculous. The other half just doesn't mean anything. Um, on a 70 stream streak, well, that's insane. Thank you. Game should at least have we did have Sarah to edge front runner the entire time. Is that a good thing or a bad? I feel like that's a bad thing. Wow. Production did Aubrey dirty. I 1 billion% disagree with that. I think the opposite. I think they did the best they could with Aubrey. I think Aubrey's just complete shit, and they had nothing else to do with her. Like I think genuinely, like rewatching the season, especially now, I feel like that's 100% the case. Like I generally feel like this is the best they could do with Aubrey because Aubrey's just so irrelevant to the season, but they have to edit her in some way because she's the fucking winner. Again, she doesn't do anything. Like her entire like fucking edit is like, oh, I'm gonna heat up sometime, and then she never fucking heats up. like, um, like generally, I'm probably like lower on Aubrey. Like after rewatch, like Aubrey sucks, dude. Her game fucking sucks. Um, if I was Aubrey at final 7, would I try to get out Jonathan and pull? No, because like why would I do that? Like I would win. Like she has a chance of winning against Jonathan. She doesn't have against Devin, Sri, or Tiffany. Um, like the thing about Aubrey is that I think she plays like what's the best way to phrase this? I think she plays optimally in the end game, but it's still bad because it's still entirely reliant on luck. But I do think she is playing optimally in the sense that she is trying to go to the end with people that she can beat. But the problem is that she has no actual say in anything that's happening. And it's essentially like based around decisions that other people are making around her, more so than what she's actually doing. And then she's still banking on winning final immunity in that situation. Like even in that situation, she can't even be dragged to the end. She has to win that final immunity challenge. The overrated Aubrey's game, but could have portrayed her as more likable. I agree with that. I think some of her early episodes in particular, like they didn't portray her most positively. But that's also because like I don't like. I wonder how much positive there really was to show. I don't think she moves lower on my player ranking. I think probably the same. I don't know if aloof is the right term because like generally like Aubrey I think is aware of what's happening throughout that season, but it's still a spot where she's aware that she's on the bottom because she's actually on the bottom. If anything, I actually think that's like the credit to Aubrey on this season is that she is actually like pretty aware of what's happening in the game. It's that she has no say around anything. Like she's aware of what's happening. It's just that she doesn't do anything. She doesn't need to do anything. Yes, she did. She needed to win final fucking immunity. Like her entire game relies on her winning final fucking immunity. Like if she played a better game, she wouldn't have needed to win final immunity. before that, but that's the entire setup of her game. Like her entire, like the thing is like she had no influence to do anything. She was simply just there because like naturally her position is to get to Final Four where she like is one immunity away from winning essentially. But it's not like she did anything to really earn that. Like that's literally just how like literally if you just let the merge play out from like if nothing changed from like the final like 9 on, that's literally how the game plays out. Like it's not like Aubrey actively did anything to make that happen. Um and it's like again, if she did, she would be in a better position. Like she had no influence over anything. She practiced emotion, good for her. Also, I find it funny it's a simulation. Um, but yeah, again, like Aubrey's basically Carter from Philippines if Penner didn't mess up. Not even that, really. Because even then, like, you could argue Penner takes Carter to the end. Like, Carter's better. like, um, yeah, it's like, at least Carter, like, had a chance. Like, this was a spot where she was dead to rights if she, well, again, like, if it was a vote. Obviously, like, again, the fire making, blah, blah, blah. But, like, if it was a natural vote, which it could have been, like she's dead to rights. Um, like the thing about Aubrey is that she had no one that actively wanted to take her to the end. Like there was never a point where like anyone actually wants to take Aubrey to the end. Like she's only there because like she's looked at as the least biggest threat of the bunch, which is because she actually is. It's not even because like it's not even like a misread on like her perception. It's actually like an accurate read. Um, if it's fire making, isn't she the not really because Rizzo sucks. So, I mean, Rizzo ruins everything. So like, who knows? Like again, Joe and Jonathan, their optimal move would have been to put themselves in fire. I don't know if they actually do. We see Joe in like 48 be like very anti going into fire. So it's like, who knows? Like let's say Jonathan wins final immunity. Like, is he forcing Joe to go into fire in a spot where Joe doesn't want to? I'm not sure. It's definitely not like dead to rights 100%, but um, like obviously still not a great position. Like it's still a spot where like everyone wants her out. Um, I have Aubrey lower than Michelle. I have Aubrey one spot above Michelle. Um, Jonathan being confused at Ozzy's. Okay, what was that? Scrolled too fast. Um, and Ozzy's statements towards Aubrey during Final Trial were absolutely bad. I actually don't even remember what he even said anymore. The show take Rizzo to Final Three? I'm not sure. Um, I it depends on like if he thinks like it depends if Jonathan's willing to go into fire. I think is what it is. As a winner or a player, both. Well, I mean, I'm talking about as a winner, like winning game. I have her one spot above Michelle. In general, I think she is better than Michelle. Um, what pre-jurors vote? Colby. I guess Colby might vote Jonathan. Not sure. Genevieve. I think Genevieve will vote Aubrey. Camilla, I think, votes Aubrey. Charlie, yeah, probably votes Jonathan. Angelina, yeah, votes Aubrey. Mike votes, yeah, Aubrey. Or actually, might vote Jonathan. Him and Jonathan were close in on Kahlo, so or at least they had a relationship. Or like, it's not like he has any relationship with Aubrey, but like, who knows? Q, I think Q votes Jonathan. I don't think he votes Aubrey. I could be wrong. Um, yeah, Savannah probably votes Aubrey. Kyle might give a sympathy vote to Joe. Yeah, he really has no connection with any of them, right? And then Jenna, yeah, probably votes Aubrey, probably just based on style of game. Um, could vote Joe though. I know her and Joe are like, well, obviously they became close post show, so it's like, I don't know. Oh, but she'd even know that Samotion was winning. It's like, yeah, she practiced Samotion, but did she practice the fucking Plinko challenge? Did she practice the obstacle course challenge? It's like, again, she even like 100% know that Samotion was winning. Um, Aubrey winning because she lost 3 times before. Yeah. Again, fire is fair. Um, Hot take, but I don't find Jonathan's game all that impressive. He doesn't actively make a move. No one else is gonna do. I don't 100% agree. Like, I don't know. It's like debatable. Like with like the Aussie move and whatnot. Um, I think the thing I give Jonathan a lot of credit for is that he was playing optimally. That he was trying to go to his best case scenario. And that goes for all of Jonathan, Joe, and Rizzo. Is like all of them realize that, okay, we're the 3 biggest goats on the season, so we have to get to the end against each other. And like actively they're striving for that. I think it's the main thing I give them a lot of credit for. Um, like obviously there's like nuances beyond that between all of them. But I think just in terms of all 3 of them, it's like I think that's something that I definitely give them a lot of credit for, is being able to recognize that. Um, Jonathan really know that. I mean, he said he did. Like obviously it could be him changing, like making it up post show, but at least in terms of post show stuff, he's saying it. Gears 2 I've just started, so I don't really have much of an opinion on. Gears 1 I have a lot of respect for. I don't think it's like it's nothing like groundbreaking nowadays, and even at the time, like technically it's like mixing in things that to like have already been done in other games, but like it's a pretty polished like third person shooter. Visually it looks kind of like I'm playing the original version. Like it looks pretty insane for a 2006 game. Like considering it's a game that came out before like Mass Effect, before like Assassin's Creed, before Uncharted, like it's pretty insane that game exists. But narratively it's very shallow though. I think Aubrey's win is the flaw in the new era. You just do nothing. All the biggest threats get each other out. Yeah, I think that is kind of the meta of the new era. Um, I mean, even like Marianne talked about this, right? Is that like the and like to give like a minor credit to Marianne, even though I don't know how intentional it actually was by the time she was like how like purposeful it was in terms of like her getting to that spot, but like she did talk about that like the most important thing in the new era is becoming like the 4th biggest threat by the time like the final 7. That if you're able to like position yourself to be like the 4th biggest threat at the time of the final 7, you're almost guaranteed to like you're at least very very likely to go on to win the game at that point, because like the bigger threats are going to take each other out, and then and you still have fire making there. Even then you could potentially have people like want to take you to the end anyway. And even then you have like 2 opportunities still as well to get rid of that like final threat. Popular take, Mike is the best player 42. Is that on popular take? Yeah. Marianne's winning game sucks. Yeah, but I think that's just the way the new era is though. Generally like most new era games are not great, right? It's like you have Erica's, which is like okay, it's solid. Marianne's is bad. Gabler's is bad. Um Jam Jams is like fine. Um Then Dee's is good. Kenzie's is bad. Rachel's is bad. Kyle's is good. Savannah's like I don't know, like a lot of bad and a lot of good. I don't even know if a lot of good. Like a lot of like okay, but then also some really bad. And then Aubrey's is bad. So it's like I feel like the majority of them are just bad. Like I feel like that's kind of like like I think it is like just kind of the meta of the new era. Um, I don't know where I have Mary or fuck me, or I have Savannah at this point. I haven't like really done a deep dive. I have a tough time on like is she with like the Mike Holloway like that sort of tier? Is she like closer to like the Adam Klein sort of tier? Not really sure. Why is Gabler so bad? Because people because he was poorly positioned throughout the entire early portion of the game. People still didn't really take him seriously for a lot of the game. He only wins the situation that he actually got into, um, which is also a situation that he wasn't trying to get to. Like he wanted to take Jesse to the end. Um, yeah, it's like if Gabler like was actively trying, like again, like if Gabler was doing what Rizzo, Jonathan, and Joe were doing, then Gabler's like a decent winner. Um, the problem is that he wasn't. We probably will start the ranking soon. I need to get shit done. Is Genevieve? Is that what we're talking about? From what I remember, not great, but like I also don't remember anymore. Genuinely couldn't tell you. Like if you were to like tell me to do a winner ranking of Schroeder Quebec, couldn't tell you. Like I could not tell you the nuances of Genevieve's game. Like Ghislaine, it's like, okay, I kind of remember he was like in the majority for like he was like kind of running the show in the end game. Like there were points where like he was blindsided, right? But like like it's kind of like a Jeremy Collins style game from what I remember. Um, and then Nicholas, was that his name? Season 1. Like he was kind of bad, right? Where like he got voted out, came back. He was just kind of like, before that too. So I don't know. Yeah, when Jean Michel went home, yeah, what a blindside. Find it weird that Tribe Divisions 50 is that if Rizzo, that's not how it would have played out. They would just change the tribes. Like obviously those wouldn't be the tribe divisions. It's not like tribe divisions they like create very very late. I believe. Like I believe that's like one of the last things they do is tribe divisions. Like there's no fucking way that they would, that Andy would still be on that tribe if Rizzo said no and Andy was on. Rhett claims Genevieve's winning is worse than Nick's now. She wasn't great though, from what I remember. Again, I generally don't remember that well, but like I feel like there were points where she was definitely on the bottom a lot. I remember like Endgame was really good, like Final 6 vote. She like takes control, right? How much say does Jeff have in Tribe Divisions? Like all, if he wants to. Like if he wanted to, I think Jeff pretty much just has the could just do it all himself. I don't think he does. Like I assume it's probably like other production members that do things, and like Jeff just approves it at the end. But like technically, if Jeff wanted to, he could technically do anything when it comes to that. Like I doubt CBS is really that involved in being like, hey, you got to put like Ozzy and Rizzo on the same tribe. Like I doubt they care that much about tribe divisions. Rayanne, I generally forgot Rayanne was even a fucking person until just right now. Who's doing Here's Villains? If it happens right now, Parvati. Like I think with the like current meta, I think Parvati would win. Aubrey could have flipped that 7 to take out Jonathan. But again, why would you do that though? Again, what I've said about Aubrey, like I think she plays optimally. It's just it's still bad. It's like I think her like the game she plays is the best possible scenario by the time of the end game. The problem is that it's still bad no matter what. It's like if she did anything else, it would also still be bad. It would just actually be worse. I would die on the hill to claim Parvati's a better player than Tony. I mean, that's fine. But there again, people do defend Aubrey's game, and again, I think Aubrey again, like the credit to give to Aubrey is I do think she was aware of what was happening. The problem is that again, she has no say over any of that though. And because even if you say, oh, she could have like gone with like Devins or whatever, like could she have? I don't think she could have. Could she get Suri and Devins to work together in a spot where like Suri was like very anti-Devins? Could she get like Suri to turn against Rizzo and like do something against Rizzo's back? And like I don't think like that's even a practicality. But like again, even in the world where she theoretically could, then that's still bad. But I don't even think she actually could, because again, she just has no influence on the season. Um, like 50 is essentially just a game that's happening around Aubrey, and she just so happens to be the person that like wins that final immunity to win the game, and gets dragged to the final four. Maybe Train will have returns at this point, probably. I know there's more rumblings out there. Rob's ever played in 3. I think you could argue at this point. I think Rob's more likely to get to the end. I think Cirie is probably more likely to win a jury vote at the end, but also, when is she actually getting to the end? Start watching Quebec and I'll give you $100. I can't. Rob's too high variance. I think that's the thing people like to claim. I don't know. Is he though? Like, I think if you put Rob on a newbie season, like over and over again, I think he's able to do what he does most times. I think the reason Rob looks high variance is because he's always playing in like an elite all-star cast in the times that he does bad. And even like Heroes of Villains is even not like that bad. He's like running the show at the very beginning. Like Winners of War, he's just kind of screwed to begin with. Marquesas, I don't even think you've really taken into account at this point. Like I just think Rob's a very different player from how he was in Marquesas. How much did Aubrey's win based on her reputation entering the season versus what actually happened to 50? I think the majority of it. But that's newbie? What are we talking about? I mean, even for taking Marquesas is even that bad. Like, even if we do want to factor in Marquesas, like, Marquesas is a pretty decent appearance. Like, he runs his original tribe. He somehow isn't targeted at the swap. Like, he's not taken out there. Like, that's pretty good. It's like merge round, like, he was just kind of fuck coming into it anyway. I don't know. It's like, it's not an awful run there. Does it work on New Era season? Probably not. He did outplay Gabe Cade. Again, he outplayed the potential Star Philippines player, Gabe Cade. I'm not going to make a returning speculation for BB28. If it was confirmed to have returnees, I would maybe, but like as of right now, like nah, I don't care enough. Would argue Rob's the best character or best challenger. I mean, like he has it statistically, right? He's still like the most winningest like individual immunity person. I don't know. Like he's like probably one of the most well-rounded. In the sense that he's good at puzzles, he's like good physically. Yeah, I would probably still lean like prime Ozzy. He's even like Ozzy can do puzzles and all that sort of stuff. Ozzy's like better at like swimming sort of stuff, good at obstacle course stuff. Endurance wise, I feel like Ozzy's better, but also it's not like either have won like. Actually, have either won like any endurance immunity challenges? I'm generally trying to think of it. Oh no, Ozzy won Get a Grip, right? Has Rob, like outside of Hands on Heart Idol, like has he won an endurance challenge? Oh yeah, I forgot about Final Cook Islands too. Yeah. Now I was thinking more so like the ones that they do nowadays, like those sort of challenges. I guess like never remember like participating in that many. Like Ozzy did win one in 50, but like obviously it's not like prime Ozzy. Sierra Don Thomas is the best challenge competitor, clearly. Generally, yeah, Joe Ingram is definitely definitely an option too, and probably is the genuine answer. Because what he's either like first or second like almost every challenge, right? like even like Edge of Extinction, the one immunity challenge he does, he's like second or third, right? He gets what, second in the Edge of Extinction return challenge. Obviously wins like what, four like immunities, the first four immunities on Cambodia, right? Uh, yeah, we're probably gonna start soon. The player ranking, probably around midnight ish. Yeah, he won the slide puzzle. He won the Dan is wrong again challenge. Why have they not brought that back? Like how dare they not bring that back after that moment? Or are they trying to forget that moment? It's like, oh, this has like connections to Dan Foley. We can't keep this. You're on TikTok for over 8 hours today? That sounds miserable. I don't think I've been on TikTok for more than like a minute at a time. And like literally, that's like generally, I think most of my experience from TikTok is like looking up TikToks related to the 50 room mail or like clips that were posted on in chat. Kim's definitely a top tier competitor too. Where's at War was like kind of just like though. But yeah, in One World, obviously, it's very good. What I do for fun? You think I do anything for fun? I think I already talk about every like pretty much anything that isn't like real life, like really like in terms of like work slash like family, whatever. Like I literally talk about on stream. I don't do anything. Like it's either work on the channel with like things in the background, um, or play video games. Speaking of that, actually, something I didn't record. Like eating on cruises, that is true. Yeah, something I did play that I didn't record. I did start playing Super Mario 64 DS for some reason. I haven't had Wingstop in a very long time. Um, but I think that's my like new like thing I do to try to fall asleep is play Super Mario 64 DS. Yeah, I saw Ocarina of Time remake. Looks interesting. I mean, I'll probably never actually play it genuinely because I'll probably never get Switch 2. But I mean, like Ocarina of Time is just a game I never played, or never like got into. I played like a little bit of it, but like not too much. In general, Zelda is a series that I feel like I should have played more than I actually have. Like the only one I've actually like genuinely played is Link to the Past. Um, and I guess like Majora's Mask, but I didn't love Majora's Mask when I played it way back. Like every other game in the series, like I've played like maybe like 30 minutes of. Um, but like obviously it's like yeah, such an iconic franchise. That's like I should play them. I don't know when I ever will. Was it good? Link to I love Link to the Past from what I remember. Like it was like over 15 years ago probably when I played it, but it was very good. Um, I was on a Leah TikTok live about returning. She ignored it. I'm like courting Rockstar, so I'm assuming she got a call. I can't wait. Fucking Leah return. uh, I could take it or leave it. Like it's not like I'm not like I would never be like clamoring for Leah return, but if she's there, I'll be like, okay, sure, why not? I really don't care. Um, but like yeah, it would be random. Like I know there are actual rumors out there from like the Sun, but again like the Sun's very unreliable. But the Sun does claim what DX, Tucker, and Morgan, I believe, um, got called. So that's something. AK essentially what I would have told you if you were to tell me to make up a rumor about BB28 returnees. No rumors DX. I don't think that's true at all. I can see, yeah, I can see Vince getting call. Actually, I forgot about that. The Sun did claim that, yeah, like got the finale of 50 wrong, so that's also a thing. He won Tard and got forgotten about. I think they would still bring him back. What about Tiffany? Isn't she? Didn't she just do a show? She's on Destination X, right? Yeah, so I feel like that probably writes her off, but I mean, you never know. But yeah, I would say more than likely contractually she can't. Um, where's Morgan on my player ranking? What I rank her like 40 something. I had her like a spot below Ashley. I don't know if that sticks at this point, but like at least at a point I said that. I don't know, I probably still like generally I think Morgan's probably an overrated player in the grand scheme of things. Um because I think a lot of people remember her endgame run and don't remember just how like sloppy she was for a lot of it. Um but I will say like seeing Ashley outside the show does make me question my Ashley take. Um Hope BB28 has returnees. I'm kind of I am leaning towards it. Yeah, towards it having returnees at this point. Was Ashley top 30? Was she really? I mean, we could literally see it. Like it's on the same spreadsheet as the Survivor one. Oh, yeah, I forgot to open. Well, I could do that in a second. Where are we at? So yeah, I haven't updated this in like a year, but yeah, I had Morgan 41. Where the fuck is Ashley? Ashley 23. Okay, that's way too high. Ashley should be lower. Like this is way too high for Ashley. And it might be too high for like Taylor also. Like maybe they move down to like I don't know, maybe like here, maybe like I think the argument was that they're like this style of player, but like one. Man, I kind of want to move them like around here. I think Rachel, I have her at 18 now. Ashley and Morgan should be back to back. I think they're just very different players. There's like, I mean, like I could see it like based like just on paper, it kind of sounds right, but I don't know. It's like actually though, they're very different players. Rachel's way too high. I stand by this. I think her being at 18 is fine. I did see that Corey had like Drew very low. Or not very low, but like lower than what I would. Corey would freak seeing me. Yeah, actually, I haven't looked at Corey's like full ranking. I would be interested in like looking, like just like seeing it. Yeah, Drew Daniels. I think Drew Daniels might be one of the most like underrated Big Brother players ever. For whatever that's worth. Would Free have done 8 versus the world for his 50 days? I don't know actually. Probably not. But I don't know. I've never say never. I think considering that was pre-50, maybe. I think now she wouldn't. But maybe pre-50 she would have considered it. She definitely would have considered it more than like a Parvati, I feel like. It's not bad. Corey Canley's back up. I mean, I assume that's the case with Corey. He drew 23. Yeah, I think that's too low, in my opinion. But also, I think that's like kind of just like a, I don't know, like kind of a difference in like philosophy to a degree. Where are jury votes for Corey to beat Nicole? Who's the jurors? You got what? James votes Corey. Paul, I don't. Who knows where Paul goes? Not even 100% on like Victor. Not 100% on Natalie either. Paulie votes Corey. Zakia votes Corey. Michelle votes Corey. Again, there's like a decent amount of unknowns, but Corey definitely has like 4 locks, I think. Yeah, like Devon probably votes Nicole by the end. Corey's just biased against the people they do well because of who they are. Yeah, but that's kind of what they are. Actually, I think he has like I haven't seen his placement of Xavier, but whenever I hear him talk about Xavier, I think he talks about him too highly. Called lacks killer instinct. I agree. It's like I think Nicole's like willing to cut anyone but her number one, right? Is like the thing. She always has like a number one ally that she's not willing to cut. Everyone outside that she's like willing to drop them at like any second. Oh, did he have Xavier at 36? Really interesting. So I have Xavier higher, but then I think like my list is definitely favoring a lot more like placement. Like I think like I think my ranking is definitely a lot more like individual season based. Um, where Corey I think like looks at more like macro in the sense that like a lot more like hypothetical. Um, where like with mine, like I want it to be more so based around like what we've actually seen. Um, results oriented to a degree. I don't know if that's the exact right term. It's more so based on like what proof we actually have. Because I feel like Corey like based it a lot around like I have faith in this person, like more so than like this person did this in this moment, like sort of thing. Um, Nicole gives Sarah vibes, yeah, 100%. I mean like there's a actually no, I think that's actually a decently fair comparison. Um, no, I mean I was assuming Sarah Lucina. Uh, which yeah, actually, I guess like which Sarah are we talking about? Um, oh yeah, Lucina. Okay, yeah, yeah, I can see that. Nicole and Sarah Lucina. Um, Leah and Nicole Franzel had the same placement on their first season, so yeah, Leah's gonna be a two-time winner. I can't wait. Sam Hanlon is pretty shit. Who haven't number one? Number one of what? Like Big Brother? Like it's still Dan. Uh, which like I feel like that's pretty like indisputable, right? Like, is there anyone that is a genuine like analysis of Big Brother gameplay that like doesn't have Dan at number one? I guess like there probably is like someone that has like an Andy at number one. Like maybe someone could argue a Cody, but like even then, I don't feel like people would actually say that. Um, then I obviously have like the Will lovers, but like that's I don't consider them real analysts. I generally think like most people that actually properly analyze the game have Dan at number one. Um, I forgot if Chelsea at 10. Do I stand by that? I don't know. Derek's the Big Brother, Kim Spradlin, kind of. Like I think relative to the show, like I think if we were only at season 24 or whatever, or like I guess 28, whatever. Like I don't know, it's like obviously Survivor just has more people and more seasons. So through that and like more returning seasons, to where you kind of need more to back you up in that way. But like, I would say like Derek is Kim Spradlin after One World, pre Winners at War. Uh, and someone on Twitter called me a professional Survivor YouTuber. Is that a thing? I don't know. Do you think Cody's probably better, more repeatable than Dan? That probably is the case, genuinely. At Chelsea right below Hayden. Yeah, I don't know. I guess too for Chelsea, she was good at like mental comps, right? Um, I think I stand by her being better than Danielle Reyes and Vanessa. But I think it's a question like, would other people move higher? I'm not sure. Chelsea good at physical comps? Not really, right? I mean, she wasn't like horrible. Like she kind of like was like middle of the pack, from what I remember. But I feel like MJ would win like obviously more than her. Drew should be top 10, probably. Yeah, genuinely. Um, yeah, it's like I would like to see a second showing from Chelsea to get like a proper uh gauge. I mean, yeah, she won 4 HOHs, but like most of them were mental comps though. Um, or like weren't like very physical competitions. June is better than Drew. Uh, maybe I don't know. Like Drew, like not, June. I mean, is definitely a more intentional player than Drew. Um, but again, I think in terms of better, it's like I don't know. Yeah, Chelsea is very sloppy. But to be fair, like it's like she's sloppy, but never actually like backfired on her. Um, but yeah, like the way she does things is definitely. I actually think she is. I think Chelsea is very D like. Um, like I actually feel like that's a pretty decent comparison if we're like doing cross show. It's just that like Big Brother just has less people, to where like that's why kind of Chelsea's this high. Where like D would be closer to like the like this range on the Survivor list. Um, yeah, people didn't love June. Like obviously on BB4, like that's definitely a big issue there. That could be a video. I mean, I think I have that written down. But yeah, it would be like comparing. Actually, I forgot that. I don't think I have that exact idea down, but I definitely could do it. But like, I think the idea I have is doing that with presidents. I forgot about that. that was the video that I definitely need to do is compare every president to a Survivor winner. I think that was the video I wrote down. Rewatch of Paul. Your opinion starts to drop. That's interesting. Yeah, I generally I don't think about Paul too much. Like I feel like my opinion on Paul has just kind of stayed the same, like ever since like BB19 ended. Um, Need to create gays versus race. Do I though? I mean, I don't know. I feel like that'll come off problematic, right? I feel like maybe make it like an all pride like season. Maybe that could be a thing. I feel like they'll make a gays versus straights though. It's like, yeah, BB18 I think is very like overrated. And it says that it was very highly rated at the time, but like it's actually not that good. But yeah, BB19 though is very strong. Actually, that could be interesting. Yeah, do like I mean, I guess there's not enough trans players though, right? It's kind of an issue. Um, like how many are there? There's like obviously Zeke Jackson. Is there more? That I'm forgetting. Oh yeah. I forgot. Like obviously post show, you have like Evie, Teeny. Um, is there more? Or doing cross show to do like Audrey. Um, oh no, BB18 is not overrated. I said Paul's game in BB18 is overrated. Um, full from AU. Yeah. Where am I at Star Quebec? I haven't watched it at all. uh, like literally the only thing I know about Star Quebec is that Catherine is on it. Like that's literally the only thing I know about the entire fucking season. Um, like Jonathan could have flipped Rizzo, take out Ozzy naturally. Um, what do you mean naturally? Like as in like yeah, generally like what do you mean natural? Like by like without Joe? Like I don't think he needs to. Like he just needs Joe. Oh, without like Ozzy spilling? I think so, yeah. I think based on like how Rizzo's talked about it post show, I would say yeah, probably. I think it would have been under different guys, but like because like again, like it seems like what happened during that round is that Jonathan, Joe, and Rizzo came together and be like, "Hey, we're the only like we can only beat each other. We need to go to the end of each other." So it's like I think either way they would have decided, okay, I guess now is probably the best time to blindside Ozzy. Like I think it would have happened anyway, but it would have been different. Like it wouldn't obviously have been from like, oh, Ozzy fucked up, so now I need to turn. Like it obviously would have been like masked differently. But I think ultimately, yeah, they'd still make that move. Um, Yeah, it's like I also I think Rizzo was never going to the end with Suri and Ozzy either way. Why was BB-18 hated at the time? I actually generally don't know because I liked it, but yeah, there were a lot of people just like really. I think again, there's just people that always hate whatever season's happening. Me and Corey have the same top 10, just swap Danielle and Hayden. That's interesting because I feel like whenever I hear him talk about Danielle, he's like lower on Danielle. But also, I feel like I've probably gotten lower on Danielle as time goes on. So I don't know. Yeah, Frank sucks on 18. 27 was hated at the time until it ended and people started liking it. I mean, 27, like, I feel like people liked 27 for most of it, right? If anything, actually, I feel like the last two seasons were both pretty well liked as it was airing. Like, I mean, I get, like, by the end of 26, obviously, it got hate. And then, like, 27, like, obviously got a lot of hate during the Rachel, like, hamster wheel of it all. I feel like Big Brother does usually start with people liking it. Oh, I wasn't even talking about from casual. I was talking about from, like, a super fan perspective. Casuals, I'm not sure actually about 27. I know that they like 26. I actually generally don't remember. Like, how did 27 do ratings wise? There was just still make a bad move taking Ozzy. No, again, well, I'll talk about the fucking review. But yeah, like, I was wrong at the time. And like, too far, I didn't have all the context. Like, I didn't realize that he made a final three of Joe and Jonathan, and like they like all like made a pact that we kind of like need to get to the end with each other. Where like if I knew that, then that obviously changes things. But like, from the point that he did do it, and like without knowing he had like any path following that, then I think it's still bad. But turns out he had a path. Lauren Dominique only put black players on the block except for Kelly. That's kind of insane. Like, who'd she put on the block? Like what? Keanu, right? Oh, Will. She put on Will. Um. Oh yeah, Adrian's not. Yeah, so that's just not true. um. Yeah, Morgan Ashley. Genuinely, I forgot she was HOH that week. But yeah, that's the thing there. Um. Dude, cuts for Kelly is insane. Actually, I kind of forgot that happened. That is pretty insane. That did happen. It's more God to me, sure. When's Morgan gonna play Last of Us? That's when I'm gonna finally watch a Morgan stream again. I haven't watched Morgan stream in like forever at this point because she's not playing Last of Us. She said she was gonna play Last of Us. Actually, she said she was gonna play Dispatch and never did. Like that's kind of why I was like, I need to play Dispatch. Like I watch Morgan play Dispatch. And then she's never watched Dispatch. Or played Dispatch. What was AI? Yeah. She gets on BB28, then she's never gonna play Last of Us. And how dare she? Yeah, I need her to play Last of Us. That would make my life to see more God play Last of Us. Oh, Cutters for Kelly. That was AI. Was it? I really don't know. Get rid. I mean, generally that is kind of like, yeah. I need Morgan to be first boot so she could play The Last of Us. Do you imagine like she's first? She's like first boot, and then like everyone's like, do a stream talking about your BB20 experience, and like instead she's fucking playing The Last of Us. Go to finale, tell Morgan to play Last of Us again. I need to. How Morgan reacted Joel in part two. Again, it's not looking great, right? Like considering how much she fucking loved like Marcus in Detroit Become Human. I was saying it's not looking great, right? Like she's definitely not gonna be happy. Why do I have 0.0? Oh, here it was because it was the easiest way to copy and paste it. I'm trying to remember the exact issue. What was the issue? Oh, I wanted point. Okay, so yeah, what I did. So like for the actual video, I just copy and pasted the names like this into Premiere. The problem if I did if I did this, then obviously like it doesn't have like the point whatever that I would have in the title. But if I do a point here, it goes away. So like I could have I think technically I could have done something else. Like I could have changed it to text, right? There is a way, but like I decided, the easiest thing is just like do a 0.0, and then like I copy and paste it, and then when I paste it, I just like delete the 0. Or I think I replaced the 0 with space. I think that's what I did. Either way, like it was something to that nature. Like I'll probably end up doing the same thing with this because it's just kind of easier that way. Update video after BB30. I don't know. I guess never say never, but also it's like, fuck, that would be a lot of work. Yeah, she's a top 10.0 player. Sharon from BB9 was too low. Sharon from BB9 is essentially just Aubrey, right? Actually, no, she's better. Actually, no, she's better than Aubrey because she at least had allies. Now, Sharon, like, she's fine. Where is she here? Like 82? That's okay. Yeah, maybe that'll be a thing, just like some sort of like updated thing. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe by BB30, maybe there'll be like another returnee season. Maybe it'll be like enough. I don't know. We'll see. Karen was too high. Maybe. I do find it funny how like Corey seems to have a very high opinion of Karen, despite like not remembering BB5. Where it's like, again, that is fully like an opinion that is just based around people telling him that Karen's good, right? More so than like Corey actually knowing why Karen is good. Should a link for this? Link for what? This isn't a like. This is just on my desktop. Like there isn't a link. Again, like anything, like I don't like do things on like online on the cloud and everything. Like, everything I have is pretty much on my actual desktop. Like I hate like actual like Google Sheets and like all that stuff. Like I hate the like formatting of it and everything feels so slow. So again, that's why I don't use that shit. Kristen from BB12 too low. Like, I don't know, people care about Kristen from BB12. Where the fuck was she? I would guess somewhere in like this range, right? The fuck's Kristen? Cool. What's? Oh, it's okay. Yeah. Okay. Maybe that is too low. Okay, maybe that's fair. Yeah, she probably should be above these players, right? She probably should be like in this category. Yeah, okay. Never mind. Yeah, that's fair. What question everyone's mind is where's Joseph BB26? Where did I put him? Like one. What was he? He was like he's somewhere in this range. Yeah, 180. Yeah, he's okay, I guess. Like who made it again? Was it Athanimail? Who made that video? Like someone made a video, right? On Joseph's the best preacher of all time. Which I mean, he's not the worst. I'd still say Clay. Yeah, probably. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, it's not like the problem is that there's not really a good one. Like, ultimately, like Big Brother, I think is a show that doesn't really even have that good of a preacher. Where Whereas like even Clay is like not that good. It's just like he's probably like the least flawed, I guess, and he's still a person that quit. So it's like I don't know. Brooklyn, I don't know. I think Brooklyn's also overrated. Like Brooklyn like didn't really even like solidify a power structure. um like yeah, Brooklyn didn't play their final week. Well, I'm not even thinking like I was thinking like more so like week 1, week 2. Like that was kind of the issue with BB26 in general. Like the entire group is that they didn't even fucking solidify their group. Like they didn't even like secure the numbers. The like what was it, the Pentagon, right? That's their name. I mean, we're adding BB Can to it, yeah. Kenny BB Can 2 is pretty good. Blockbuster scared them. Well, that's their fault. Yeah, we're gonna blow up the Pentagon. Yeah. I'm interested in getting back into Big Brother mode, though. Genuinely, it does feel like it's been a while. Because I just generally haven't really been thinking about Big Brother that much. Ever since BB27 ended, so except for BB Can 13, not really. Would Aubrey's game be better if she made the final 4 rather than making the boys? Wait, rather than the boys making the final 3? No, because it would still be a shit game. Like it'd still be a shit game either way. Like it would just be like she would just not be one of the worst winning games. Now be one of the worst final juror games. It's like either way, Aubrey's game is shit. Like regardless of if she won Final Four immunity or not. I would love Josh on B28. Like the Alliance? Oh, you mean like if she was like in a Final Four alliance? It'd be a tad better. Because that would mean she actually had allies at a point. That would mean that there was actually more intentionality outside the fact that there's like, hey, like you're like the least threatening person. Why won't Tar do an all Survivor season? Can tell you. I generally don't understand. I generally do not understand why they did that. Like I could not tell you why they didn't do an all Survivor season instead of an all Big Brother. Who do you think wins BB Can 2 without Canada's HOH? Again, I don't think the first 5 would have dominated. I think Arlie was going to flip anyway. Like ultimately, it's just like who the fucking knows. Josh and Adam are too high. Maybe. Oh. Chance to be 28 is gonna suck. 50-50. I think it always is. I wonder if Casey's still locked. I mean, she did just come back for BB27, right? So it's like, who knows? Yeah, I literally said we were gonna start the ranking like 30 minutes ago, and then we didn't. So now let's start the ranking. Let's find out if Lee Masters of the Lee Masters of milking your own milk in Europe fame, because that's the thing he did. Non-zero chance of Libra. I would be very surprised still. Because like, yeah, CBS was willing to bring her back, but I don't know if production would want her back. Like she made the Final Four alliance. Like, it's like, but she didn't. But it's like, I don't know. It's like, would that be a real alliance? Like, if she made it, like, I don't know. It's like she's still the 4th in it, right? So it's like, I don't know. Like, it depends how loyal they really were to it. But it's like, ultimately, she's still 4. Like, so it's like, it's still kind of the same. It's just like a tad better, I guess. um, like it's like better as in like generally I don't even think it moves her up a spot on the winner ranking. But it's like, yeah, like having an alliance is better than not having an alliance. um, did Libra have a health issue? I think that. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Actually, yeah, that is a thing. Yeah, what was that? That Libra did have something. Um, why is Mick above Chelsea and Sabrina? Mick did more individually to a degree. Um, is how much higher is he? Actually, I guess we can. Oh, wait, I forgot. I didn't open the. Wait, let's do this real quick. Um, what I need to open? I was gonna open the spreadsheet. Which I guess I'll link that to. Um, what I name it? I generally don't even remember what I named it. This. Let me see. Pain too high. Eh. From what I remember, I feel like she's fine at this point. Like I think I moved her down already, right? Um. Okay, so first up, put this in chat. So that's there. And then oh yeah, the VOD, that's what it was. More like a return Matt Williams or Brad. I feel like you've asked this like a billion times already. Not neither, but like I actually generally it probably is Matt at this point, but like neither. Um, okay. I think everything's set up now. Do I keep? I think we just keep chat for right now. Um, whose Bob is better, Chelsea or Libra? Or Chelsea or Libra? Probably Libras, right? I don't know. Actually, I feel like Chelsea is like the one that I remember Chelsea as Bob more than like Libra's, but probably is Libra though. Actually, no, fuck it. We'll take. Okay, not that one. This one. Uh, okay, all the wrong things. There we go. Actually, wait, did I log in? I did. Okay, cool. Oh, I forgot about World Cup. Actually, generally, I forgot about World Cup. Um, the Sasuke World Cup for people that care. Like actually, yeah, like actually, there's another World Cup happening right now, right? Yeah, yeah, I'm reading comments. It's just that it's not gonna be on screen because I need this to be on screen. I've not seen League Teams actually. I kind of forgot about it. I would be interested in seeing it though. Yeah, not soccer. Fuck soccer. Fuck the soccer World Cup. Who cares about that? I care about Sasuke World Cup. Um, I say that as a joke, yet I actually do. Like, I mean, that is actually like my perspective. Um, like I generally could not give a shit about the actual World Cup. But Sasuke World Cup, that'd be cool. And it being sunny, well, that's kind of disappointing. Actually, I kind of would have liked it to be rainy. But yeah, whatever. Probably should actually start. Um, yeah, I did see that about Justin Trudeau, which is kind of funny. Should I be nervous about my flight if there's going to be scattered thunderstorms? I don't know. Like probably not. I would say if it was like like scattered thunderstorms, like I don't know, probably not like that bad. But also, yeah, like there's definitely a chance. But yeah. All right. What are we doing? All right. So what are all the things we have to do? We have to read the comments. And oh yeah, that was the mixed Sabrina thing, right? And Chelsea thing. So do those two things, and then we'll actually do things. Like well, it was Aubrey who pushed the boys together and was like, "Hey, y'all need to be together, have a chance at winning, and I'll be your fourth." Like I guess it's better, but the problem is she's still fourth. It's like, again, like you're making like very minuscule changes that, like, okay, cool, she had intentionality that I already assumed she had to begin with, but like it's still like her putting herself in fourth. So it's like, I don't know. It's like, I guess it's slightly better. Um, it's still not good. Because again, if it was actually good, then you would be third. You wouldn't have to be fourth. There is such grace in a game of soccer. It makes me cry. Teams of four. Okay. Are there more teams then? Yeah, either. All right, let's get into the actual power player ranking. So again, first things first. Someone said, "Why is Mick higher than Sabrina in Chelsea?" Where do I have Mick? I He's here. He's not. He's just not. This is fine. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, then chat. Or not chat. Comments. Okay. This one I've seen already. I don't know the gap, but I do think Brendan is better. Like, talking it through. So this is why is Brendan Shapiro way up in the ranking. I'd say he's pretty similar to Morgan Ricky. I think Brendan Shapiro is better when you properly think about it. More so because, again, like, Morgan is someone that is a player that is more so potential based. Brendan, we actually see him do things. Morgan, it's like we never actually see her like be tested. We never actually see her like do anything. And the one time we do see her do something, she fails and is voted out. Yeah, it's in a plurality vote, but she still is getting outplayed by like James and like fucking Laurel and those sort of people. And yeah, even her original tribe, it's not even like she's running her original tribe. It's a 5-5 splits. Even in that, she's not in the core for her 5-5 split. Like, she's actually more with Dom. Like, on the bottom of that, like, it's actually Wendell, Kellen, and Bradley that were like the initial trio. Yeah, this is from Ghost Island. Brendan is someone that, again, we see running his original tribe. Even in his boot rounds, like, playing optimally, he literally tells Michael, I think they're voting for me. Again, we just see him do more. I wrote out thumbnail. What are we talking about? Which oh, this. What is that? For 12 hours ago, so just okay. The Holy Grails of unaired Survivor footage. Yeah, that is the thing. I feel like I do remember that there was a story about that. Because that's what Nina, right? Is that who that is? Either way, whatever. Fuck, what were we doing? I was gonna look at where, like, what is the gap between Brendan Shapiro and Morgan Ricky. Brendan, is that not how he spelled his name? What? Wait, where the fuck is he? Wait, he's still somewhere in here. Where the fuck is Brendan Shapiro? Did I move him column wise? Okay, fuck me. All right, wait. Did I do one of those things where, like, I moved him because I like thought he was like a direct parallel of someone? Oh, I did. Okay. Oh, I put him right below Jack Nichting. That's what I did. Which, that's not even really a 1-for-1, actually, but whatever. Where is Morgan Ricky? I assume she's here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is Brendan that much better? That is definitely a debate. I do think Brendan is better, though. I do feel like, looking at this, he does feel high, in the sense that he's higher than like a Sebastian and like Donathan, even though, like, I definitely get the argument for it. Yeah, I mean, like, genuinely, like, I just don't know he does anything wrong. Cretinina for the poop idol. No, Once Upon an Island was the one of controversy. Jack should probably go up. You can argue it, but like I think the problem I have with Jack is that like he's not even like in the majority in his original tribe. Um, it's like yeah, he had like good allies by the time he leaves, and like probably would have had a good like shot had he stayed like coming into the merge, but like I don't think his game up to that point is like that good. Um, Yeah, it's like I think that's a different because like I think there's an argument he could be like around here, but I just think Matt Bischoff, like someone like that, is better. Um, I'm debating right now what is the difference between Matt Bischoff and Brendan Shapiro. There really isn't that much, right? Jack nicking that high feels crazy. That's what, I actually feel like Jack feels like a tad high. I don't know. Should it just be like a new tier, maybe? Like I think the intention was that like it's like kind of these like more screwed over players that were like running the game at points. Um, but like Jack wasn't really running the game, but he was kind of screwed. Um, what's that Pond Island controversy? I mean, that happened a long time ago. Like, do we not know? I feel like we talked about it in chat like a billion times now. But he, what was it? Create all accounts to like trash on Peridium and ironed out. That was the other one, right? Um, and then got caught. uh, I mean, this happened like a lot. This was like 5 or 6 years ago. This is literally like what 2021. I feel like. Uh, it's so ominous. It's the PlayStation background noise, but it is intentional. Like that's like I do kind of like having this music in the background. Um, guess Sophie Polarity took inspiration seemingly. Um, yeah, I would say actually it's probably more peaceful than I don't know. It's kind of just like yeah, it's kind of like soothing in a way. Yeah, probably ominous. Probably isn't the right term. Um, Sunday's above Brett. Is Sunday above Brett? Which like I could argue it, but I want to see by how much. I assume it's somewhere in here. No, there's Brett. Brett Sunday. I think that's fine. Like, I think Sunday's like actually a better player than Brett. Like, it's like obviously Brett like theoretically almost wins, but like Sunday actually like maneuvers through the game more actively than him. Like, I think like she's a more intentional player than Brett is. Um, like we see her like flip flopping with like Jessica and then getting back in the majority. Um, yeah, Sophie B supposedly created like all accounts the like she trashed on what's it called? Sophie Clark, right? On like the Drop Your Buffs podcast or something, one of those podcasts. Um, do like Sunday, Wednesday streams more? Probably Sunday. Uh, generally, these streams themselves are like the same, especially right now. Um, but like, uh, yeah, Sundays this is essentially like kind of the start of my weekend to a degree, where like Wednesdays like the day before I work a lot, so it's like yeah. Um, I generally don't even remember. Yeah, like why was she trashing on Sophie Clark? I generally don't even remember. So we should go down the player ranking for that. I think she should go up. That means she's willing to do anything. But no, yeah, I think this is fine. But yeah, this is something that I'm kind of debating. I think I probably will just stick. I think if anything, like maybe there should be like a new tier form somewhere else. The thing is, like, I don't think like. I think if we're keeping the tiers, I think this makes sense for the tier that these people are in. But I think there could be an argument I could make a new tier somewhere else that could fit with them also. Making Altus dangerous fun, that seemingly is the case. That's why production seemingly loves Sophie B. Can we punish players we don't like? No. I think they're too high. They're still premiers at the end of the day. Yeah, but I mean, this is even like that. I want to see. Like comparatively, like where is like Clay Honeycutt on the Big Brother US list? He's around here. This is out of what? 344. So he's 139 out of 344. So that's 40%. Okay, yeah, maybe this is like a little bit higher than that then. But this is 257. It's like slightly higher. It's like about 5% higher. But the thing is, like, I also feel like Survivor is much more like there's a lot more like lucky circumstances. Why is it counting double? Because there's this counts as 2. He's like it's also counting the number that's next to the name, the season number. So I don't know. I think percentage wise it feels fine. Because I feel like because like Survivor, it's like there's so many more like screwy situations that are like baked into the format with like swap screws and like idle plays and that sort of stuff. Where like Big Brother, it's like unless there's like a twist that's thrown in by production, it's like a pretty standard format. Like obviously, yeah, you can argue that like okay, like yeah, this person got screwed by this person winning veto or whatever, but like it's not the worst thing in the world. Eric is better than Jack. I think you could argue Eric could be higher. Why is Eric not here, actually? Like, why is Eric not Chris Hammonds? Like, I'm generally asking because, like, I feel like we talked about this last stream, but I don't remember what the logic was. Yeah, I kind of do want to move him up to Chris Hammond's level. You can go to tribals. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, Chris did go to more tribals. But, like, to be fair, he did go... Like, he would have been pretty good in his original tribe. He does go to tribals in his swap tribe. And was still pretty good through those. So, yeah, I kind of do want to bump him up to Chris Hammonds. Again, thank God he's Chris Hammonds. So he's now above the winner of his season. So that's something. I think there's a difference between him and Jessica. Jessica doesn't survive a single tribal. Like Eric ran the merge vote. Jessica gets voted out with the merge. It's like there's a difference. Like, yeah, it's like I think Jessica's just like untapped potential more than like actuality. He survives like 3. He survived over Aubrey. He survived over Wendy. He survived over Joe. And he's like in the like control. He's controlling all those votes. I mean, too far. Wendy's like a wonky one because like he like it was like essentially like they just let Wendy go. Um, but still, um, um, Anna should be grouped with Jessica. Um, where's Anna in this? I think she's like down here. Um, maybe, but like, hmm. You know, actually, maybe. Yeah. I think that's what actually what I was thinking of, like comparison to Morgan. Like she was at least like running her original tribe. Morgan wasn't. I kind of feel like that makes me want to move like these other people up. Like I kind of feel like Morgan maybe stays here. Um, and I'm debating what to do with Caleb. Maybe Caleb does still stay here. I don't know. But yeah, I kind of do want to move Anna up, but like that does feel like a lot though, right? To move Anna up. But I do think it makes sense though. Um, because I do think ultimately, yeah, like there's not much of a difference between her and Jessica Johnson. Like they were both running their original tribes in the best position of their original tribes. If anything, actually, Anna might be better. Like I think Anna was probably more screwed than Jessica was. But I guess actually, to be fair, Jessica was also the majority in the swap, but that was just like a very fortunate swap. Um, I don't know. I think I am at least moving her above Morgan Ricky for sure. Um, hmm. Do I want to move her up that much? Well, okay, wait, no, we're still doing that. Yeah, that might be a thing. Maybe that group is too high. Hmm. I get the logic though of why they're above these people. But maybe I do move them like closer to like this. Because I think that was the debate, right? It was like, are they above or below the goats, essentially? And I decided above, but maybe they are below. Um, kind of like comparing the people, their respective things. I think it is fine to do that. I don't think there's any change there. I'm like, that's like egregious. Um, State still. There we go. So yeah, I think at least here, um, even with this, maybe below, because at least these are people that like made it deeper into the game, had alliances that were kind of running things. Hmm. Like I think they're above this. Um. Maybe. I don't know. I guess there is like there's between Michelle and Eric. Um, I don't know if there should be that big of a gap, but like Michelle, I do think. Like I think starting position is similar. Technically, Michelle didn't have like a stranglehold in the way that Eric did, where it felt like Eric like had connections everywhere in the original. Um, on the original was it Kama Tribe? Michelle had to like really fight for those numbers. Um, Swap is just worse. Like it's like yeah, she survives over CC, but like she was still the next to go. She's not in that like that grave a spot there. And then like her merge round's also not that good. Like Eric's running the merge vote. Um, I think screw over preachers are also slightly too high. It probably is the case if we're moving this grouping down. Um, hmm. Hmm. Okay, I think with this, I kind of do want to split this up then. Of like, I think Jack Nickding, Brendan, and Justin probably as like kind of a sub tier. I think maybe move them down a smidge at first. Jack above Elizabeth is kind of a weird one. How did this get messed up, by the way? But whatever, that should be fine. Yeah, that's fair for Eric. Um, is that it was a fortunate swap where like Michelle's wasn't. Um, what was the thing I was gonna do? There's one more thing I was gonna do. Um, I was thinking Matt Bischoff and like Marcus. Do I just keep him there? Maybe I do. Actually, I forgot Tracy Hughes Wolf is still this high too. Yeah, whatever. I think I'll probably just leave this as is. Didn't even finish the comments yet. Why would Marcus be below or why would Jay be below Marcus? I thought about this one also. I stand by Marcus is above Jay. Yeah, like they both ran the pre-merge, then got flipped on by a rogue ally, would have had good shots at winning otherwise. Jay was a pretty I think this is like to me this feels like a massive leap on Jay. In the sense that they were both running the pre-merge. It's like were they? Was Jay? It's like I don't know. He was like kind of in central spot at a point. It's like I don't know if he was running the pre-merge. Um, and even if he was, it's like I don't know if it's like how much that is because like on his original tribe, it's like again, it's like kind of the Michelle spot where it's like yeah, he like barely squeaks out the numbers. Um, but it's like it's not like he's like running it with like an iron fist or anything. And then post swap's just like yeah, he got a good swap. Yeah. Um, Post merge, again gets flipped on by a rogue ally. He gets flipped on by like half his tribe, like half his original tribe flips on it. And then also like beyond that, it's like would have had a gut shot of winning otherwise. Like how? Like he had no path. Like no one wanted to take him to the end. Like even in his own group, it's like I guess like what Taylor and Michelle, like Will wasn't taking him to the end. Um, and then like also like was at least able to scramble the final six. It's like was that scrambling or was that just like like I don't know, like how much did he do actively to cause that? And again like in comparison to Marcus, like I think Marcus just like straight up wins the game. Um, like Marcus is like one, like, and also like Marcus was swapped into that position. It's not like Marcus, like, because again, that would be different if Marcus was like at the final 10, like if they merged at 10 and he loses there. Um, like that would be a different spot. The fact that he's swapped away from his allies and gets taken out in that spot and would have likely won the game had it not happened. Like, I think that is what keeps Marcus so high. Yeah, he played the swap poorly. Did he? Did he actually play that poorly at the swap? He played the, like, he threw away the idol and all that stuff. Like, that is dumb. But like the actual swap itself, it's like, I don't know if he played poorly. He just didn't do good enough, I guess, in like keeping Susie on board and whatever. But yeah. Yeah, that being said, I do think, yeah, there definitely is an argument that Jay should move up. But I think like Jay is definitely below Marcus, in my opinion. Yeah, Jay is here. Yeah, he should move up. Yeah, he probably should move up. He still did get the final six with a lot of win equity. Empath wasn't really there, but yeah, he probably should move up. Not really sure where though. Maybe like somewhere in this range. Maybe there. I don't know. A spub of Carter. Where's Carter? Carter's like. Okay, let me see. Carter is. There he is. Yeah, actually, yeah. I think actually him being in this like kind of Bob Crowley tier kind of does make sense. I guess it's not really a 1-for-1, but I don't know. I think it's like if he won, like, is his winning game that different from like a Bob Crowley? And he does survive over like Taylor. I think that's at least like some okay play. So yeah, I think somewhere in this range kind of makes sense. Also, I forgot about that. Someone did mention that Sebastian should move up. I kind of see it. Especially if we're like, because like we move Brett LaBelle up, right? Like if Brett LaBelle's moving way up, I can definitely see the argument that Sebastian should be up. Yeah, because like Sebastian at least like again by the end had the right idea that I should take out Dom and Wendell. Again didn't because of like all the advantages in play. Does fumble the ball for his extra vote, but like realistically, he probably should be probably closer to here, right? Like I think him with like Gabby, Will Wall, like that kind of makes a bit more sense than where he's currently landed. So yeah, I think that's where I'm currently leaning. Is that he moves up to around there? I selected the wrong column. And where's he here? Generally, he might be at the top of this too. Then Cal Jason. That's an interesting thought. I think Cal Jason definitely is a more like dominant player. Like he's definitely more like aggressive and like getting things to go his way. Sebastian probably is, like also Sebastian's more liked. Hmm. We need to get Christina Mills. Um, I'm I'm at least moving him there. I think. I think he's probably better than Will Wall. Um, is Cal Jason here? I could see that. I think I feel like that was the thing with Deshaun though. Where it was like it was bothering me to put Deshaun around there. I don't like that. Um, yeah, I don't know. I think for now I'm keeping this. I think Cal Jason's still. I think he's still in this like caliber. I think if anything, maybe that's an argument that like Sebastian should be higher, more so than like Cal moving down. But I don't know how much higher I really want to go in Sebastian. Like I guess you could argue him here. Like I guess you could say like Matt Bischoff level, um, or maybe like Alex Angarita. Yeah, I think I can go this. I think that doesn't feel that egregious. By the way, it definitely does feel very high for Matt Bischoff. Mick. Yeah. To be fair, actually, that's also kind of okay. Yeah, actually, generally, yeah. I think you'd argue Smash is actually better. Um, yeah, it's like I think that actually does kind of make sense. Where like Xander and Mick are essentially finalists that actually got there, but like Sebastian probably had a better plan for the end game. Xander and Mick's like positions through that point were like very rocky. Fuck. Um, but yeah, I actually feel like that's okay. Um, Sebastian's a Mitch. Sebastian at least like tried to do things. Mitch didn't try, and then by the end, I was like, oh, I should have made a move. Like Sebastian actually lined the votes up, um, and then folded because of like Dom Wendell having advantages. Um, and also Sebastian was actually in the majority the entire season. Like Mitch wasn't even in the majority for like the early portions of the season. Um, where yeah, he had more, and I guess to be fair, maybe that's actually more of a credit to Mitch that Mitch had to like do more to get in with like the Joe and like Kyle like alliance by the end, um, but still, I think it's to me it's I feel like there's a difference. Um, okay, and then yeah, this is more so just pointing out, which by the way, also I don't know what this means. But also yeah, like this is just more so pointing out the who's the top one placers, which like or first time, wait, no, one time non finalists, right? Um, which is the Devin Pinto group, which is where these players, what Dom, Devin Pinto. Well, actually, I guess it's more so pointing out Devin Pinto, Jesse Carson are the highest one-time non-finalists. Um, which, yeah, like who's the next one? It is a pretty big gap, right? One-time non-finalists. Is it Ricard? Yeah, I think it's Ricard, Ian, Rafe, like that grouping there. Which, yeah, I think that's fine actually. What'd you miss? Pretty much nothing. We can find more Survivor Botsy after. What is the name of that YouTube? So like Dwight, like doing more on Twitch. He does Botsy streams. The problem is that more recently he hasn't really had Survivor people on. He's more so been doing people from the RHP Discord. Um, but he used to. And still does every like once in a while. But yeah, like I forgot that there's a channel that reposts his BB Twitch archives. That's what it is, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's like a YouTube channel that reposts his VODs. So you can find like a lot of the early ones on there. Um I think it starts off with the best one if I remember right. Like there's one that Drew Basile was on. That's probably my favorite stream. Um it was like 3 really fun games back to back to back. Um I think Rudy should be higher. He got the final 3 of Win Equity. It's good better than Raw. And but also Rudy was meant to be like the third boot. So it's like, I don't know. I like that is like that's definitely a major part of like why Rudy's so low for me is that like again, Rudy like was almost the third boot, and then also like we obviously saw him game back when All Stars, and like he actually was the second boot. So I just think it's a tough thing with Rudy. Like maybe he could be a smidge higher, but um, yeah, it's just like more times than not, I don't think he's doing that good. Um, I think that was in that one that I was mentioning. Like it was literally 3 games in a row where like something weird happens with Drew each time. Um, and yeah, I believe that was like the second game of that one or something. First or second, like first 2. Wait, I'm sure I'd be spoiling it, but like still, it's like yeah, I'm pretty sure that was in that stream. The third game is my favorite, where like it was a like a quick like TB game, and it's like just like such a train wreck with like Drew playing like as sloppy as possible. Um, I could probably find it if I'm pretty sure it is the first one that they posted. That BB Twitch archives. Because I remember that I was like trying to find that stream for myself. Like it turned out that was like the first one they did. Yeah, is this it? I think this might be it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, it literally is the first one. Yeah, I'll post the link to it. Yeah, that. Like I think this is like by far the best Dwight stream. For me, and maybe there's like another one I'm forgetting along the way because generally I feel like there probably were a couple like there were some pretty good patron ones at points. Um, but in terms of Survivor ones, I think this is definitely my personal favorite. Um, where it's like 3 just like really messy games in a row. Um, Super fun with Mike Bloom. Yeah, it probably was the case too. Um, I check what number everyone is in, or are we talking about like on like this one? Oh wait, fuck! I just realized that's not. I'm not showing my screen at this point. Um, yeah, on this one. Um, can you? Yeah, you still can. It's probably easiest if you like zoom out, like to get everyone on screen, and then if you select. Wait, what? Oh, it doesn't do it on here because it doesn't show the counts. Oh, if you have to look at, okay, actually, yeah, it is a pain to do it on this, but um, yeah, it's like you have to select them all at once, like everyone in by that row, and then look at the count number and then divide that by 2, and that's the top whatever of that grouping. It is kind of a pain to do it on this. Because like on here, it just like shows me the count, like like there. Like obviously it's not correct because I'm not starting from the top, but like, um, but yeah, it is kind of a pain to do it on the on that. Which by the way, I guess with that, I might as well update it. Um, oh wait, fuck, that's not how I meant to do it. I meant to do it like this, right? That paste. I think it did, right? Should add 0.0 of my extreme title. I might. Um, did Dr. Mike actually get into the majority though? Like Dr. Mike was essentially the Aubrey. Or it's like, I don't know. It's like, I guess he had a relationship with like Christy and Ryan, but like they weren't taking him to the end. Like he was always like the fourth in that group. Um, I don't know. I don't think Dr. Mike's that good. Um, yeah, I think this is fine. Like he's around with like Lydia, like Denise. It's like I think that's fine. Um, it's offensive. Dr. Mike, he was significantly better than Aubrey. Maybe generally, like I think they're like pretty similar. I guess like Mike at least wasn't on the bottom at the swap. That's something. Um, wow, it's like yeah, he's not good. Um, Caroline 47 should at least be Xiaoheen level. Um, Shinley won the game not for Rachel's immunities. I think that's way too speculative, especially considering the jury had like no respect for her at the time. Like I think that's always the criticism for me with Caroline is that it's like ultimately she's relying on Final Tribal. Um, like her entire game is based around the concept that she's able to pitch at Final Tribal, and that wins her the game, which it might have. Again, like I wouldn't be shocked if that's what happens, but like ultimately, I just think it's tough to really give her too much credit. Um, Ben doesn't have an idol. He gets the four is one fire making challenge away from winning. Is he though? I don't even know if he wins a jury vote. Like maybe. Like generally, like yeah, maybe he wins. It's not even like again, it's definitely not even a guarantee. Um, it's like he gets like Joe, probably Cole, Desi. I have no clue. Maybe I guess against Ryan and Chrissy. Um, I don't know if like is Lauren voting for Dr. Mike? I don't know. Is JP voting for Dr. Mike? It's like I don't know. Better than Eva? Who are we talking about with Eva? Oh, is Caroline's better than Eva? Eh, I think it's close. Like generally, I think it's like very close. Mm, yeah. Who's Caroline being a final tribal? Yeah, it would have to be like something like that, like Sue Teeny definitely would be the best shot, and then like Andy. Um, like Andy essentially was in a similar spot to Caroline. Like both of them like had no respect at the time that they were actually taken out, but like they could have argued their way to a win. Um, yeah, Sam. It's like I think Sam would have the edge on Caroline coming into final tribal, but it definitely could have been a shot. Um, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like ultimately, it's like they all have said that. Yeah, if Caroline explained her game, like she would have won. If Andy explained her game, he would have won. But it's like, who the fuck knows? Like, who knows how that actually would have gone? Like, we just don't know. It's like to me, it's just too speculative. Um, who's more boring, Charlie, Rachel, Kyle? Probably Rachel. I don't know. Like, is there single like what is a single character moment from Rachel? I guess her stealing the rice. Wow. Like I at least have Charlie and Rachel, or I have Charlie and Kyle confessionals like in my head, kind of. I can't even think of like a good Rachel confessional. Um, wow. There was one other comment that I was going to respond to. I forgot what now. Shit, what was it? Did I just make that up? I could have sworn there was one other thing I was going to respond to. I don't remember what it is. Whatever. How said that sick? I remember him saying that's a sign of a psychopath right there. Left out the vote again would not be memorable to me at all if it wasn't for the Rumo video. Like if I did not put that in the rumor video, there's no fucking way I would remember that confessional. Um, or like I at least would remember like, am I who goes awry? And yeah, and like Kyle saying they're close. Um, wow. Where am I at now? I think people liked Caroline, but people didn't respect Caroline. Um, where yeah, there was probably like more actual like dislike of Andy. Uh, oh, I forgot. That's what I was going to respond to. The John Mish thing. That's what it is. Why is John Mish so low? I would compare him to James China Gibbs. John Mish is someone that like I just think his season is like very like it's like Sam Wondell is like I think John Mish is like greatly benefited from the Blood vs. Water twist. Like if the Blood vs. Water twist wasn't there, um, like because like John's initial like starting position is really bad. Like he's on the outs on his original tribe. He's blindsided when Drew goes home. Um, he was it like from that point on, it's like he's like in more of a power position, but because he's there with Jacqueline, like it's like they're kind of like it's like he's there with Jacqueline, and also he's good with Missy, who with Missy comes Baylor. And that really ends up like dictating his entire game. The fact that he has these like tag-alongs, that he has Jacqueline, like just because obviously that's his fiance, and then he had a good relationship with Missy, which is something to give him credit for. But because he has a good relationship with Missy, that auto gives him Baylor. And even then he fucks it up. And like, yeah, it's like even at the merge, he's like, yeah, he's running the game for a bit, but again, it's based around those connections. Those connections don't even stick to the end. Like they don't even want him at the end. Like he loses Baylor to Natalie. It's like, it's not that good. I just don't think Dr. Mike's that good personally. Anyway. All right. Are we actually starting the lit? Are we actually going to see where Lee Masters is? The Lee Masters of milking your own milk in what was it? Milking your milk in Europe fame. My favorite thing that he did. He definitely milked milk in Europe. Is he just Ted? Left for an hour, haven't not started. What a question. Yeah, I'm debating if like do I keep him where he is or do I move him up to around where Ted is? I think he's kind of Ted, but like obviously Ted got the majority coming to merge. Like Sarge didn't, but is that something I'm gonna give Sarge credit for? Not really. Um, but like position wise, he's essentially Ted. Like he was on the bottom of his group, didn't really know it. Like played for a group that he wasn't that well positioned in. Um, yeah, I think he's essentially just Ted. Like I don't know if there's something sticking out to me. Is he like Grant? Not like I think Sarge. I mean I can. I think you can argue it. I think the difference. I think Grant has a lot more like blatant win equity. By the time he gets taken out, I think the thing about Sarge also is that Sarge like wanted things and didn't get those things where Grant didn't. Which, like, to be fair, that's more so because we don't really see Grant do much at all. But like we see Sarge trying and failing more than Grant. Where like Sarge was like just blatantly on the bottom of his own alliance that he formed. Where like Chris and Bubba were really ones leading things. They wanted to just kind of drag him to 5. What was it? He wanted to like save Brady. They vote out Brady specifically because of like his connection to Sarge. Yeah, for me, I feel like there's a difference. Logically, again, should there be that much of a difference? Not really, but I personally feel okay with putting a decent gap between them. Fuck's Grant again? It's like up here. Um, yeah, because again, I think like Chad is more of the Grant to me, where I feel like Chad is someone that like again, in that world would have made the 4. Um, also doesn't really have a path to the end, but at least was like I think more affable for the most part, like more inoffensive. I think because like Sarge is also like very reactive, but also like yell at people and whatnot. Or like I guess like I don't know, did he actually yell? I guess it was more so like openly being pissed around people. I guess it's probably like more the better way to say it. Um, but anyway, I think Sarge with Ted does make sense to me. Um, these players are interesting. Brendan Sincott. He's not good. Is the thing. I'm debating if he's above or below this. Because part of me is like, I think it kind of makes sense to have him just stay below. Generally, I've never had bare naked granola. I just never tried it. I probably should. Maybe I should do a video. Me trying bare naked granola for dude. Actually, imagine I do that video. I didn't even think about that until now. That'll be a very funny video. Like I just try like random foods to have some connection to Survivor. Um, like that would be kind of funny. Like I don't know what else there would be. Do I like go to Australia to try Janine's smoothie place? I'm Mountain Dew and Doritos that I've already had. Yeah, like do I get the do I buy a 20-year-old can of Survivor Pringles? Actually, 25-year-old, right? Wait, no, that's 20. Yeah, 20-year-old. Anyway, um, what's the thing that Suri promoted? Oh, Nutrigrain, which I've had Nutrigrain, not in a very long time, but I've had it. I don't think Ethan had food, right? Like Ethan had a cereal bowl he made. I remember. Um, like a certain type of cereal bowl that like separates the milk from the cereal or something, if I remember right. But I don't think he actually made food. But I could be wrong. Imagine going across the world to make a Survivor video. Yeah. um, yeah, I do see that. I think Brendan, like maybe it's like above this. He's like Brendan initially was in a good spot. He was initially like running his original tribe. By the time the merge, like obviously crumbles. But it's like in comparison to like these people, they weren't really like I guess like Jen, but like I kind of like Jen. I dock for like almost being taken out by that first vote. Tim is a weird one. Maybe Tim move into the Brendan tier. I can kind of see that. Because like Tim is one that we moved down a lot. I feel like last stream, if I remember right. But I feel like Tim with Brendan, I can kind of argue that. It's just a bowl for divider, yeah. Again, what a brilliant idea. We're like both were in pretty good spots at a point. I think they do have like pretty bad play towards the end that causes their elimination. Yeah, I think that's fine. Fincher is just like kind of different. Fincher's probably closer to like these people. Like Fincher's never in a particularly good spot. He was never really in a majority alliance. Like I think there's at least some decent like play by the end. You think he goes up? Do you? don't know. I don't know if he does. I don't know. He had a plan to get to the end, I guess, but it's like it wasn't a good one. He was stoked on pie. That is true. Um, Dwight and High should be lower, especially Dwight. He was never in a good position. Um, Debatable. I mean, like, I think he's Fincher. If anything, actually, I think Dwight's like post merge is probably better. I think Dwight does good work in the post merge. Just like it's like he did good work to like build a relationship with like Owen and like Noel. Well, like he had Noel Ray, but like Janine and like those sort of people. Um, the problem is that like he just didn't like he lost Jesse and then like he never had like Cody and that sort of thing. Um, I think he did do some good stuff along the way. He also was like initially in a theoretical majority or like a theoretical tie. I don't know. I think Dwight here like feels okay to me. I kind of do want to add Fincher to this tier. I think the fact that Fincher's never really had like that, like he didn't really have that much really going for him. Like I think he's kind of like he's better than Greg probably. Um, but yeah, I think him in this like ballpark feels fine. David Murphy might be closer to Brendan. He feels like kind of a mix of these. I think the problem I have with David is that even by the time of the end of the pre-merge, his game's a bit fucked. Um, but oh, is there a but? The fact that Fincher threw Russell. Wait, thought Russell would vote out a Fofo in next round is ridiculous. Yeah. Um, Dave feels like a better player than he actually is. Yeah, I would agree with that. Um, I think he's somewhere in this range though. Yeah, I'm just looking at this group. Yeah, these were all people that didn't start off particularly well. David started off okay. But like, yeah, ultimately he's just not that good of a player. I think I'm gonna settle here. I think I will move him above Fincher. His post merge suck? Not particularly. I mean, he didn't really do much. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, actually, no, that's it. I kind of just want to put him at the bottom, like below Fincher. Um, yeah, like, I mean, his posters didn't really suck. It's just he didn't really do anything. Like he was just like with his group and was on the bottom. Like I guess he did get in a fight with Philip and all that sort of stuff, but like everyone did. Um, but yeah, I think I'll put him in this tier still. Artists, um, Artist is kind of a weird one. Like part of me is like if Artist made it, like if his group didn't get flipped on, I think he's probably not even this. Actually, he probably actually is higher. Like Artist doesn't start off in a great spot, but he's not like dead to rights. Like he's like he wasn't in the core four at the beginning, but he also wasn't the first to go. That would have been Lisa. But then like by the end of the pre-swap or by the end of the pre-merge, he was in a good spot. He is with the majority through the first few votes after the merge. And his group gets flipped on. He applied for years. Well, thank God. Thank God he finally got on. Yeah, it is kind of funny how like there are a lot of these sort of people that like applied for years and then like they get on the show and you kind of realize like why they applied for years. Like Artist is definitely one of them. Yeah. Going back to David Murphy, yeah, I don't really fault him too much for that post merge. It's more so just his pre merge isn't that good to begin with. And he has nothing to like prop him up in the post merge. Where like at least Fincher like he made a move. That's something. Um, Yeah, Jeremy is the one that is pretty crazy. Jeremy, and I know Chrissy is one too. The fact that Chrissy took forever to get on too is pretty insane. Cass also, right? Cass. So there definitely are some that like how'd you not cast these people? But still. I believe with Cass, it was one where like she applied early on, then like stopped, and then eventually applied again later. I believe is the Cass thing, right? It's not like Jeremy. I think applied for like what years, right? Like for a while up to that point. Um, like Chrissy, I believe like applied since like Australian Outback also. Um, um, kind of get Chrissy Cass their villain moms. Did they avoid that early on? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I guess you really don't see that many like villainous older women. I guess you have like Twyla. But yeah, I do feel like most women, yeah, like in the early days are probably not cast for like in a villainous way. I guess you got like Karen. There's like a couple like here and there. Jeremy took years to get on Carter's first try. Again, that's a sign of good casting as Carter. Um, yeah, Rick Nelson. They got Rick Nelson finally got on. Jimmy T also. They got Jimmy T finally got on. Um, yeah. Artists. I think I'm gonna. Hmm. Is he like Jawan level? Which is like a very bizarre comparison. But like, as in like, starts off not great. I guess Jawan was worse. Like Jawan's early game's worse. But like Jawan's end game is probably like slightly better. At least he's doing more on his own, even though I don't agree with what he's doing. Um, hmm. I think ultimately the issue I have with Artis is that like he was just a goat. Like even if he like his game played out the way he wanted it to be, he was still just a goat. Um, like it's not like people like really respected him. But like I don't know, maybe he should just be here. Like should he just be a Sarge and like Ted? Like he's slightly better than them in the sense that he would have like likely gotten to the end had his like group like stayed in the numbers, but like he doesn't win still. So it's like maybe he is just around there. Um, yeah, I've seen that. Well, I mean, like I believe the thing with Nate was just more so just a safe vote by the end, right? Um, but I think they technically like almost all of them wanted like Savannah out at the merge. Yeah. Yeah, I think ultimately probably Artist does fit more of these sort of people. Um, Sam. Desiree, I think is interesting because like I don't think she fits here at all. I don't know. Maybe she is part of this tier. Um, I think Desiree is like kind of Monica Padilla coded. Um, like obviously Monica Padilla played twice, but it's not like her second appearance has much of substance there. Um, but yeah, I think that feels like an okay comparison. Um, yeah, maybe I stick with that. I don't see anyone higher than her. I'm like, oh, this is egregious that she's below them. So yeah, um, like I think like maybe you can argue like where's that tier? This tier, like the Julia Carter, Kelly Kim, sort of tier. I think the issue I'd have there is I don't think Desiree was like ever actually in any real like alliance that had any substance to it. It's like early on she's with like the Chris group that likely would have lost the battle, but we also don't really know. She's just swapped into a pretty good position after that. like twice, right? Swapped into a good position, and then post merge she's just kind of on the bottom. Um, so it's not like I feel like Julia, Kelly, they were probably more central to like what was going on in the game at points. Um, like same with Cedric, even Nate like controlled that one vote. So yeah, I think I probably will just leave Desiree there. Um, chance of Bruce on 54, like 2%. Not impossible, but like not happening. Did Shane campaign hard for Cambodia? I think he campaigned like the rest. I wouldn't say he campaigned hard. Like I don't think he was doing anything that like other people weren't. But like he was doing interviews like most people were. Like I would say like if you were to rank imagine this video. Ranking the Survivor Cambodia candidates based on how much they were campaigning. Like if we were doing that, like he'd probably be like somewhere in the middle. Um yeah. It's like he did campaign. Um Shane bought ad space on a voting site 100%. Who made the hardest? Kelly, Savage, um Monica did a good chunk, right? Um hardest is probably Savage. Generally, it probably is Savage. I think Kelly's is probably the one that mattered the most. Maybe I don't know. Maybe Monica is actually because like who the fuck remembers Monica Padilla at that point? Um, but I feel like those are three that like stick out to me as like those are ones that campaigned a lot. Um, actually, Jim Rice. I forgot what Jim Rice campaigned a shit ton also. Just not get like he literally started a fake feud with Mike Holloway. Like that was very funny. I forgot about that until just now. That like he like him and Mike like so like Mike Holloway obviously knew he wasn't getting on. Um but like he was like so Mike Holloway was like supposedly like trying to get Jim Rice on. So like they were texting, hey, we should like create a fake feud to make like to get attention on you or whatever. Um so yeah, that's kind of funny. Um yeah, Brad didn't campaign at all, which is very funny. Because like also supposedly Brad was like so bitter at the post party, like the whatever the after party. Um like it's like you didn't do anything. Like what the fuck did you think you were getting on? Um yeah, Savage can definitely afford those ads. The height in my opinion of Jim Rice's player, to be honest, kinda. Like not really, obviously, but like I kind of do have faith on Jim Rice to like try anything. Um Brad would struggle to get on either way. Yeah. Yeah, it's like I don't think Brad was getting on anyway, but like for him to think that he was going to get on, and then supposedly like when he heard that he was like sitting next to Joe and Spencer, he was like so pissed off because he was like, well, it's like I'm obviously not getting in now. Um, but it's like funny that like he actually thought he was like a lock before that. Um, what Savage even do to be that rich? I mean, he's a lawyer. It's like a corporate lawyer. Isn't he like a lawyer for like Yahoo or something? Like I'm pretty sure he's a lawyer for like a very like big company, like one of those like big tech companies. Um, either way, player ranking. Neil Gottlieb. Neil Gottlieb exists. What the fuck did they do, Neil Gottlieb? You just get medevacs, but like maybe he is Brendan Count level. Um, does it lower me on Brad's player? No. Um, like had a good position out of points. To be fair, maybe more like Tim Spicer level, but yeah, rank a video of every a ranking of every lawyer on Survivor. I mean, it's not impossible. I have this to look at now. Uh, Penny's too high. She was hated, but she still survived to top 3 of her group, though. yeah, I think her for Rory kind of makes sense. Like, she's literally here for like Randy Bailey. It's like, I don't know. I think this is fine. Was here Aubrey going home? Which thing are we talking about? Within 4, fake merge didn't happen. Um, like maybe I don't know. I don't think Jake and actually no, yeah, I don't think Jake and Ken were actually keeping. Oh, we're talking about the merge round co wrong. I believe it would have been Aubrey. But then again, like it's kind of a mess. Where like from what I understand, the last plan they had before the medical visit came in was that they were going to split the vote, even though they didn't have the numbers to split the vote. Um, so who knows? The intention though was to vote Aubrey at that point. The majority was going to go on Aubrey, but they were going to split on Neil. Yeah, Neil would have gone at the merge if he didn't have the idol. That is the case. Like the person they wanted out was Neil, but they just felt like, well, he has the idol, so we'll go for Aubrey instead. Um, like part of me thinks like David Murphy level. Part of me thinks this. Um, hmm. I think it's pretty close. Because like ultimately, like he is kind of Brendan coded in the fact that like by the time the merge, he should have been pretty fucked. Um, but also I can kind of, but I mean like, but before that, his game's like pretty decent. But I can kind of also see the David Murphy of it all, in the fact that he just feels like a better player than what he actually is. It's not like his early game's really clean. It's like ultimately he would have been the majority both times, but like barely. Like he barely wins the battle for like Debbie and Joe. Um, and then at the swap also, it's like at the time he was in the lead to get like Sydney and Jason. But even then that was more so because of Debbie than like him. Because like Debbie and Sydney were close and it's like I don't know, it's like it's not even like that impressive in the grand scheme of things, but I think yeah, I probably just land here though. Cole Metters, um, I think here. I think the fact that he was actually in the majority, like he was in a pretty good spot as original tribe, still held that majority of the swap. Um, ends up being like at least a scrappy player once he's on the bottom of the post merge. Like his post merge is pretty bad in the grand scheme of things, but like I think he's like Brendan Sincott like level of like at least having a good like initial position. Um, Aaron Meredith. Um, I think Aaron is more of a John Fincher. Um, I think is my read. The problem I have with Aaron, like I think Aaron has some like decent stuff, like in the middle portion of his game. His early game though is pretty bad. Like he's blindside when Ronnie goes home. It's like he's kind of like more so seemingly not taken out because he's like a physical asset than anything. And like he has a good relationship with Missy in particular, which like again fair. Um, then like post op, he was like meant to go out there, like, and it would have been a very weird vote. But like again, like he almost does go out there if it wasn't for Lane's advantage. Even though like, I think he was actually playing optimally in that spot, like I think he was actually playing that stuff like that round pretty well. Even though like he would have gone home, but like he would have gone home. Um, and yeah, it's like post merge, like he's in the majority for a couple votes, but then gets taken out. So yeah, I think ultimately, like, yeah, he's kind of John Fincher. Um, level. So I'll put him in this tier. Maybe this tier needs to be broken up at this point. Like is it like Fincher, Aaron Meredith, uh, Dwight, I kind of want to put here. Is Greg in this? Whatever. We'll deal with this later, I guess, in terms of. But yeah, I think like they're all kind of that ballpark. Carl Boudreaux. I was supposed to say Carl Blanchone. Carl Boudreaux, the greatest player on the David's tribe, clearly. He's just a mess. Like he's kind of a mess. I kind of like my gut is here, but like he also should probably be here. Because like I think in like okay, cool. Like on paper, he feels more similar to like these sort of players, but the reality is that Carl just wasn't like it's like early on he was blindsided and like who knows if Pat doesn't get medevaced, maybe he's in like a better spot and whatnot. But like he still gets blindsided right away at the Jessica Pete vote. Um, like post swap is just like kind of him lucking out there. Post merge, like yeah, like he's getting like Elizabeth out, but like is that good? Like he's with the Davids as they're doing things, but he's not like the main pillar in any of that outside of having the advantage. The Davids want to vote Alec out, but they feel like they couldn't. Yes. Are we talking about like post swap? Oh, we're talking about Carl over Alec? I don't think that. Like, I believe the situation with the swap, was that Carl and Elizabeth were already against each other, by that point, and I think Carl and Elizabeth, yeah, they were pitching each other's names already, but like, I don't know what exactly would have happened there. Um, Post merge. Um, oh, are we talking at 10? Like when Alec goes home? Um, yes. At least that was a thing. Okay, yeah, I get what you're talking about now. Yeah, that was mentioned at least, but they felt like it was around too early. Um, Mastermind to Alec vote. What a legend. Yeah. Um, yeah, I probably will settle here. I think. But it's not like because at least Cole was in like a steady majority until he was flipped on. It's like that's not even the case of Carl. Yeah, I think I'll probably do that. Brandon Cotton. Um, Brandon Cotton, I think would just like solidly be. I mean, generally, Brandon Cotton would probably be higher, right? Like if it wasn't for the fact that he got idled out of the game, or he got saved by an idol in the first round, like Brandon Cotton, like he's probably in like more like this ballpark, right? Maybe higher even, maybe in this ballpark. Um, the fact that he didn't need an idol that first round, I think is pretty bad. But like maybe he should be higher though. Um, he's also my winner pick. Yeah, who'd I pick again for 44? I put fucking Claire, which I don't regret for a second, but still. But yeah, I think like there's an argument Brandon should be higher here. I mean, like ultimately, I do think that was a very weird situation. Yeah, so like I think that like first round, it's bad, but like it's very fluky, and also like part of it was because he had the idol to begin with. Yeah, it's like okay, I think he's at least here. Even that's not really fair because like he was kind of running the early game, right, or early merge phase. And I guess to be fair, like the split tribal of it all kind of helped him. Like I feel like he's at least here. Um, like is everyone votes? Does he even go? I think it's a 4-2, right? And generally, it's probably a 5-1. It's just that Matthew votes for Brandon, even though he knows Brand's playing the idol. Like I'm not sure what Lauren does in that spot, but she probably does just to go. I think like yeah, it felt like a spot where like Brandon was just the common name, and they just like said screw it, I guess. Um, but I generally don't actually know about Lauren. Like Jamie, I believe was in self-preservation mode. She would vote for anybody. Maddie and Kane did want Brandon out. Um, Matthew again, I think would have voted for Brandon, but told Brandon to play his idol. Um, yeah, the Danny Carolyn thing was pretty bad. Oh wait, I didn't even talk about that. I didn't even talk about the 50 review. Yeah, I'm kind of fucked, but we'll see. Um, I am. Well, too far. I've been very busy these last couple days. Um, but I am only halfway through episode 7, writing wise. Recording wise, I'm up to episode 5. Um, considering I've been working on this for almost 2 weeks, it's not looking great. My goal is still to have it done by the end of the month. I'll be honest, I'm not like I would not expect it. How long is it? Too long. Up to episode 5, it is almost 2.5 hours. Or like I would expect it to be 2.5 hours. Like essentially, like, take my audio, cut it in half. That's usually around how long the video ends up being. I have almost 5 hours of audio of the first 5 episodes. So yeah, it's probably gonna be long. Episode 6 is also very long, by the way. Like episode 6 is the Blood Moon, which I haven't recorded yet. It's 8 pages, which comparing it to most other episodes are like 4 or 5, maybe 6. The premiere was like 11 or 12 or something, but like yeah, the Blood Moon is 8 pages, so that's gonna be pretty bulky also. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, again, like my goal is to have it done by the end of the month. I personally would bank on it at this point. Like I would kind of maybe like first second week of July, but we'll see. Again, I'm still gonna try to get it done by the end of the month. Russell comes back and won like Natalie. Would he be? Oh, I did see that post that was like which of these winners would be, or which of these people would be better if they came back and won like this or whatever. Which I probably do agree that Russell winning like Natalie probably is the best of those, because like that would just be a complete reversal of like Russell's current perception. Or I feel like a lot of the other ones doesn't. It will include clips, but not as many as like it won't be like a remote video, but it'll probably be. I generally don't remember my BB27 review, but it'll be closer to that. Robsy winning through the back door would be iconic. I mean, it would be great gameplay though. Now he's a better player than Russell. Probably. Well, what I land on here? I generally forgot what I did. Oh no, I had Russell slightly above. Yeah, it's like I don't know. Generally, gut wise, I do feel like Natalie's a better player. Yeah. But yeah, Brancon. Maybe put him here. Maybe put him like Kelly Kim, Julia, like Cedric Nate Moore. I can kind of see that actually. Like I think this is like enough to like dock him. For the idol, like needing the idol in the first round, but also enough to like give him credit for like being idled out of the game and that sort of thing. So yeah, I kind of feel like this is maybe a good middle ground. Maybe you could argue this too. Actually, kind of like this also. Yeah, I need the idol because he found one. That is fair. Has anyone played 2 virtually opposite games before? Yeah, I think Natalie Anston's probably the best answer to that. I think I'll go here. I think him with Dan Rangering kind of feels okay to me. Yeah, I think that feels fine. Brenda, yeah, Brenda too. Like played a very like active aggressive game first time, second time very passive. Um, so where are we at now? We're at Caleb. I think Caleb probably also should go up. I think I probably underrated Caleb here. Um, like Caleb by the end, I think is pretty bad. In the sense that he had like no end game path, was too big of a target. His early game though is actually pretty good. Like it's like, yeah, it's like obviously it's not great that like Sabaya and Sean flip against him, but the fact that he was able to like keep keep Emily in line and that sort of stuff, it's like there's still good stuff there. And like post swap, it seems like he was in an okay spot. It seemed like he at least like leapfrog Katura, for like at least the short term. Um, I'm not sure where exactly I want to go though. Who's Emily? I only know flipping. Yeah, I mean, again, we're like, thank God we're just like Jonathan. Thank God, yeah, us as a community is just like Jonathan in every way. Um, Took you a while to remember who we were talking about. You don't remember Caleb? Again, the Caleb. Um, yeah, I'm not sure where exactly to put him though, because like ultimately, like he still had no path at the end. Um, is he still down here? Okay, I didn't move him at all yet. I think he's at like bare minimum. I think he's probably here. He's Canadian. Yeah, that's a great confessional. Generally, I forgot about that confessional until I did the video. Like, I generally didn't even remember it until like near the end of the process of making that video. That's kind of why it's not used that much. Because I probably would have used it. Um, yeah, I probably would have used it just like almost every time. I probably would have done the I'm a bully thing just once, and then the rest of the time it would have been the I'm a Canadian if I remembered it earlier on. Anyway, hmm. Maybe here, maybe like Franny, Elaine tier. Like, no path to the end, was too big of a target, but did have some like good play at points. Um, is he better than Kendra though? I think that's kind of a questionable one to me. Hmm. I think him with Franny does make sense though. Um, I don't know. Is he better than Kane though? Like, I guess for Kane's early game's not that good. Yeah, I think I'll do this. Hunter. Yeah, like here. Yeah, actually, too fair. Yeah, even with like Hunter, Hunter's better. Hmm. Is he though? Yeah, maybe Kendra moves up. That might be fair. Actually, yeah. Is there that much of a difference between Kendra and Hunter? Also, just like perception that like Hunter feels like a better player. Um. Yeah, I can't think of anything like actually that makes Hunter a better player than Kendra. Like, I think Kendra's actually probably better socially. Um. Yeah. I was actually debating like, does that mean Hunter moves down or Kendra moves up? Um. Hmm. Hmm. I'm not sure. like Debbie is here, but I feel like Kendra's more liked than Debbie. But like I think like Desi here, is she better than Desi? It's like I don't know, maybe, but like slightly if she is. Hmm. I think ultimately, like tier wise, it makes sense to have Caleb here. I think like him with Elaine and Franny does make sense. Like in terms of tier, like I guess like I think the other argument would like be Caleb with like maybe like a Tevin, but like I think Tevin's like more sloppy strategically than Caleb is, at least to me. Um, so yeah, I think I'll put Caleb here, and then yeah, like Kendra. I'm generally trying to think of like Kendra's like boot round. That was even like that bad, right? It was more so just like between her and Bruce, and like she was looked at as a bigger threat than Bruce, right? Oh no, Bruce won immunity, didn't he? Yeah, Bruce won immunity that round. I kind of want to actually like I kind of want to put Kendra above Kane. Um, is kind of what I'm thinking. He's like Kendra was never in danger early on in the game, even when she's blindsided the Brando vote. Like that's a spot where like she was never brought up as a target. Um, yeah, kind of do want to do that. Kane at least got in a second show. Well, thank God. Thank God we're gonna see Kane on the Traders Canada season 4. My favorite. Uh, and everyone just loves Kane. Chanel, I think, is very interesting. I think the intention was to put her here. I don't know because like she's so maybe Chanel is where Kendra was. I don't know, like Chanel's um like Chanel like is kind like is very sloppy. I mean like yeah, generally she's very sloppy. But like I actually do get like her strategy though. Um She's David Murphy. I think there's a different. Like David Murphy like was always on the bottom of his like power structure. Like Chanel at least initially was at the top. Like her and Daniel were like the major like swings deciding things, and like she botches it. Um, but like I think she was in more of a power position than Daniel ever was. Um, I don't know if voting for Mike was dumb. Like I get what she's doing there. I think it's like, uh, yeah, you should know the ramifications of it. Um, but like I don't know. I get the move. I think I would have done the same thing personally. Um, feels very Caleb coded. I think the thing about Caleb is that I think Caleb like so I think like him pulling over Emily, I think that's like a pro that like Chanel doesn't really have. Um Also Chanel's like kind of the opposite of Caleb. Like Caleb was taken out because like so many people liked Caleb. Chanel was taken out because like no one liked Chanel by the end. Um hmm. Maybe Tevin. Chanel and Tevin. I think Tevin like I think she's essentially like a worse Tevin. Um Tevin should be lower. No, I think we've already talked about this. I stand by Tevin being this high. Um, Tevin got into 6. Like yeah, but like that's mostly because his relationship with Hunter. Um, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that is enough though. in this spot. But again, like, is she like? I guess like she does more wrong than Desi. Yeah, she probably is closer to this tier. I think she's probably like the top of this tier is kind of what I'm feeling right now. Um, so yeah. Oh my God, we're finally here. What everyone's been waiting for. We're gonna talk about Rebecca Borman. Um, I don't fucking know. Like this is a weird tier, right? Like I get what I was going for this tier, and it might just be here. Like none of these players are like particularly good. Or at least I should say they're not good. Like they're all people that like were on the bottom of their swap tribes, but didn't necessarily do much wrong. Um, like Rebecca Warman, someone that like even like Rebecca actually had some like decent strong points. Like she controls that first vote against Seku. After swap, she's like with the women that are flipping against like JP and whatnot, but then eventually she's just taken out because she's a physical liability. But she does survive like a decent amount of tribals. It's like I don't know, maybe in that world, maybe she's like closer to like this. So maybe she does move up. Yeah, she was part of the Brad vote. It's like yeah, it's like generally yeah. I think she was involved in a decent amount of tribals, so we're like maybe she should be closer. Uh, I think her versus Nate is actually kind of interesting. I would lean her below Nate. Um, yeah, I'm trying to figure out where exactly this. Like, generally, there's an argument she's like. It's like ultimately by the end, she's voted out like really just like she's a physical liability. All right, is there an argument she's actually like here? Like generally, there's even an argument that Jenny, like that she's better than Jenny. Her biggest flaw was not being white, seemingly. Um, like Jenny survives over her, and Jenny was more screwed by the bottle twist. But um, Rebecca was initially better positioned than Jenny. Like Rebecca was in the like top duo of her tribe. Jenny was like again like next to go after Cowboy. Um, ultimately though, I think she's below for like Jenny. Um, but generally like I actually think this is like I could actually see this her above Nate. But like she's still someone that like even though obviously not as long as Nate, but like she was able to get into like the majority of her swap tribe pretty well. Um, and yeah, like wins the battle against Nate at that first vote. Um, yeah, generally, I don't think this is the most like outrageous take that Rebecca's like around here. Um, so yeah, then Amy O'Hara. Amy's a little weird because I don't feel like Amy does that. Like Rebecca, I think you can credit Rebecca for like being involved in some votes and everything. I don't know if Amy is someone that you really give her like that much credit for that. It's like she was in the initial majority, gets swapped into a minority, and then survives some votes past that. And yeah, she's like voting out Blake and she's voting out Brian, but it's like it's not like she's like a major orchestrator of that, or really like someone that's even like you can give that much credit to her for that. It's like ultimately that was more of like Danny's decision and like Danny and actually not even Brandon, Bobby John's decisions. Anyway, but I do think she's decent in the grand scheme of things. So I don't know. Maybe it is still a spot where she should be higher. Uh, I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of wavering on what exactly to do with her. Um, kind of like a Morgan Ricky, just one that actually did something. Um, Tiffany Seeley level. Yeah, I think this is actually kind of okay. Like her and Tiffany Seeley, I could see some comparisons. Um, hmm. Let me see who's above her. Her versus Lydia. I think Lydia probably is better. Maybe. I don't actually. I could argue it, but like Lydia did get the final four with a lot of win equity, so it's like. Um. Yeah, I think I'll put her there. Dan Barry's worse. Um. Like Dan Barry, like he was actually on because like with like Amy and um Rebecca Borman, it's like uh, they kind of were just taken out because they just kind of ran out of runway. It's not like a spot where like they did that much wrong to be in those positions. Dan Barry is someone that like gets swapped in a pretty good spot, gets part of that like all guys alliance, and then Terry just drops him. And he does get screwed. Like ultimately, like he is screwed from the fact that Sally was given immunity during that round. If it wasn't for that, Dan at least makes the merge. But like he also was going to be like what, 8th place anyway. It's not like he had that much runway. Maybe I do put him here still though. Or maybe he's still here. Maybe he is still below Amy. Like maybe that's not the most egregious thing. Like ultimately, like he's not that great. I mean, really, he's like this, right? Like he's like a Ted, a Sarge that just didn't even get the opportunity to be that. Um, because he was kind of screwed out of the game. But like ultimately, he is essentially just kind of this. Um, which I love how like that led to Dan going up. At least Sarge's win equity. I guess I don't know. Like I don't know if Dan's like dead, but I guess for after he tells people that he's an astronaut, he is. Actually, I do think Dan and Sarge is like pretty comparable. Yeah, he tries to save Ruth Marie. Yeah. Yeah, I think like Sarge and Dan feels pretty comparable. I would actually, yeah, probably say that Sarge is better. But like I don't think that's the most egregious thing. Um just making sure. Yeah, okay. I'll update this one again. Okay. Jackie and Jill, fuck me, dude. That caught me off guard. I did not realize it's fucking Jack E and Jill. Um, but yeah. Dan switch columns. What happened, Dan? Oh no, no, I meant to do that. I meant to have him below Sarge. Um, is again, this is one that like I'm kind of doing this to remind myself that I definitely meant to have him like right below Sarge. Um, yeah, Jackie and Jill, they might move up based on how the list is currently being structured. Or at least Jackie, like is Jackie that different from a Morgan Ricky? Maybe you could argue Morgan Ricky's better, right? Um, yeah, it's like I feel like she's just Morgan Ricky. Um, Numbers isn't showing. Yeah, that's fine. It's not showing because like this column's too small. Like it's still there. Um, Actually, I want to see what happens if I do this. How big does everything get? Yeah, it becomes too big, right? To fit in one screen. Yeah, okay. That's why I didn't do it. Because I thought it would. Where am I at again? Yeah, I feel like Jackie's just here. Jill, I think you can maybe argue a bit more. Um, Jill was in a pretty good spot early on. Maybe Jill's like closer to like. I think Jill and like, but then they were kind of screwed though, and Jill wasn't really. I mean, she was swap screwed, but her actual like elimination isn't like that screwy. Um, hmm. So I'm not sure where exactly I want to land her. Like, I think she played like fine in original tribe. Obviously, it was like she was playing like from like behind Marty or whatever. But like, and I guess to be fair, like this is putting her closer to Marty. That probably is kind of fair. I don't know if moving her above like Benry and Purple Kelly feels right. Um, she did get fucked by Marty. I mean, thank God. I do love getting fucked by Marty. That's my favorite thing to do. Maybe Rebecca Borman level. By the way, I am keeping Jackie here to kind of remind myself that she's like more in line with Morgan. We'll see if I actually remember by the time we do that. Um, yeah, I think the problem, like, I think Jason did more, like, had better recovery and also was like really screwed by the time he goes out. James Lim had like a really good round of gameplay. Jill doesn't really have either of those things. And it's like, I don't know if she had much of a path to the. I think that's like the difference between her and Jackie. Jackie, like, was part of the Onion Alliance that was set up to run that entire season. Jill, it's like, yeah, she screwed up a majority, but it's not like Espada was like in a spot to like really run things. Yeah, she did dye her hair red to get cast, so thank God. Thank God it made her notable. Um, hmm. Like, I think she probably is like a better Julie Wolf. Maybe I do put her here, like Amy O'Hara, like closer to that like grouping. Uh, Spa wasn't doing well because they were the old tribe. I think that's a factor. I also think that tribe just had a lot of like dissension within it. Um, but yeah. I think like her being closer to like this, like Amy O'Hara and like Julie Wolf, kind of makes sense to me. Um, which I don't know. Her leapfrogging all these people, does that feel right? Maybe not. Hmm. He's like, I think this next tier that we're going to go to probably stays there. Like, I think really this next few people we're going to go to likely just stay there. Um, Jackie played the swap poorly. I mean, didn't I don't know, like she loses Kelly, but Kelly's never really on her side to begin with. She does still have Ace backing her. Um, doesn't she get like Sugar got swapped away, right? Or Sugar got exiled, right? And like Sugar would vote for her too, like vote with her. I don't remember her doing anything like actively bad, but like it's a spot where like she technically could have like done better in the fact that she did like lose a number. Um, no, generally there has been like nothing since last stream. Like there's things that have happened. I haven't done any of those things. Like Survivor Quebec ended. I didn't watch it. Like I still haven't watched any Survivor Quebec. Um, Traitors NZ season 3, like episodes 5 and 6 came out. Didn't watch them. One other thing happened. Extracted season 3 started. Didn't watch it. Yeah, I'll watch Outlast eventually. Just don't know when. Yeah, so no real news from my point of view. But there's technically stuff going out there. Yeah, really since last stream, it's really just like I played Gears of War. That was okay. And then yeah, I've been working on the 50 review. Like that's pretty much been it. Let's see. Brian and Ace being together kind of feels fine. Actually, maybe there's an argument that Ace is higher. Oh, they call it Extracted? God damn it. Outlast. I literally did the same thing. Dude, I literally on my list of reality shows for the 2026 year reality TV. I was like looking at the list of shows that were coming up, and like I wrote down Outlast season 3 as Extracted. To where like I literally changed that like was it this morning or yesterday or whatever. So yeah, I think in my head now, Outlast is just Extracted. I think that's just happened. But anyway, what are we doing here again? I already forgot. Brian and Ace. Like Ace did do some good things. That kind of wants me to move Ace higher. Like Brian, I feel fine with Brian being here. I think he probably is the worst of the people. Like he's essentially like a worse David Murphy, in my opinion. Ace though, vibe of the season's completely different. It's on an island based show now, right? Isn't that what it is? Like it's not in the like it's not in the like cold like place. Yeah, it's like yeah, but like he still was able to like pick up Maddie. Like he wasn't like he was in real danger for a lot of the early game at least. So like maybe he's here. I kind of feel like he's at least here. Like I think he's at least like Tim Spicer. Yeah, after that it's like I don't know. Like I think the highest I would probably go is like this like Russ Swan probably level. Maybe here. Maybe this is also like you could argue like Jamie Newton. I think him with Tim Spicer though does make sense. I think I'll probably leave him there. Then yeah, Bradley. Bradley's another one that like also I'm not really sure what to do with. Like Bradley was seemingly in a good like it's like the initial like if the Dom side had won, it seemed like he was in one of the better spots in the game at that point. It was him, Wendell, Kellen. Runs his swap tribe though isn't playing great there in terms of like isolating the people on the outs. But still was running that tribe. And second swap, he's like kind of dead to rights, but more so because like people are scared of him. I think he is probably above. He's probably like closer to like an Aaron Meredith level. Chelsea would probably flip pre-swap. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think ultimately, like, he probably is in the majority pre-swap. Like he would have been in a pretty good spot at that point, but still by the end, he definitely like doesn't really have. It's like his own like allies, Studer Green, Dom, and like Chelsea flip on him. and like actively throw the challenge to take him out. That's not good. Um, Ace Sarge parallels. Kind of. I actually feel like kind of feel like Ace is maybe better. um, because like Ace picking up Maddie, I think is pretty good. Like Sarge is like I guess you could argue like he picked up Twyla, but like really more so Chris picked up Twyla. Um, no, like same thing with Julie. Um, like I think if anything that would make me want to move him here. Um, if we're saying he's better than Sarge, like I think that would move him to like Rory tier, I guess. Actually, I think him and Rory maybe that is okay. Like both people that got like pretty swap screwed. They like made the best of it for the most part. Like obviously Ace gets taken out before the merge, but like still like had a pretty good run in the post swap. Like obviously just not the best players in general. Um, but yeah, I kind of do want to do that. Um, Bradley picked up Michael and Jenna. Did he though? Like that was just more so of like survival. It's not like Michael and Jenna like we're going to be loyal to Bradley down the road. Um, like that was just because they were on the bottom, and it was like, well, yeah, if I say no, I'm gonna be taken out. So, um, I kind of want to put him here. I think is what my gut's telling me. Like, I think he had a pretty good early game. Um, like there are definitely a lot of upsides there. By the end, though, like he would have been pretty screwed coming to the merge. It feels like. Um, trying to see who else is up here. Hmm. Like generally, I think like I could probably argue like anywhere in like this range. Um, Jen is too villainous to remain loyal. That's clearly what happened. That's clearly why the other tribe threw the challenge to take out Bradley is because Jenna betrayed him. Um, yeah, it's like I think they probably would have sided with him early on the merge, but like I don't think they were actually like loyal to him. They were like I think if like someone else came up with a plan that involved like taking out Bradley, like I think if like Dom and Wendell came to them and wanted to take out Bradley, and they felt like that was the way they had to survive, then I think ultimately they just take out Bradley. Like I don't think it's like I think it was more just based around self preservation. Um, but I'm trying to move my computer to have it not fall. There we go. Um, Hmm. I kind of I kind of want like I kind of want to have him around Neil actually. Or like I think I probably put him above Cole, below Neil. Just because like Neil's game we technically don't see fully play out. Or Bradley's we see it like actually end at that point. Um, yeah, I think this is around where I'm gonna land. Again, like I could technically probably argue like here, uh, with like Ace. I think I could probably even argue like maybe here with like a like Scott Pollard, I guess. Um, or even here for like a Tevin potentially. I think it's like anywhere in that sort of range. Um, but yeah, I think I'm gonna settle on Neil as the comparison. Um, Yeah, I think that's what I'll do for now. Um, Kelly Goldsmith is an interesting one. I don't know what to do, Kelly Goldsmith. I mean, like, I've really like kind of changed my opinion of her a lot through this ranking, right? Where like she was initially like way higher. Uh, like I think Kelly Goldsmith's a good like has a good mind for the game. Actually, I think Kelly Goldsmith and Brian was like the parallel I was drawing by the end, right? Or like they have a good mind for the game. They're trying to do some innovative stuff, but like ultimately they're actually not that good. Um, and it's like yeah, like Brian, it's like Brian like tried to pull off a 3-2-1. Like there was some good like ideas there, but like he was still just kind of on the bottom, and that's kind of what Kelly was too. Where like Kelly tried to flip against her group, was like willing to do something that like was pretty unthought of at the time, but like ultimately she's still just on the bottom. Kelly wasn't called based on what we heard. Like there were like Stars Unite claimed that she was called. Was it Redmond? Heard rumors that she was called. Turned out she wasn't called. She said herself she wasn't called. Um, but yeah, I think Kelly Goldsmith here is fine. Uh, now these are like the more like actual swap screwed players. Or at least screwed to a degree players. Sean is a tough one. Maybe he's just at the bottom. I don't know. It's like he's not that good. Like, yeah, he gets screwed out of like being in a good spot, but like, I don't know. Should he actually move up? Bringing up Burton was a solid move. Like, I guess. I don't know, but he was still at the bottom. Like, it's not like it didn't really gain him that much. It's like either way, it's like he's still on the bottom with Michelle. It's like at that point, it just makes him look like he's willing to backstab his friends. I don't think it was that good. Like I think maybe like here, maybe put him in like he had some like innovative thoughts. Um, getting out Trish is good. Yeah, getting out Trish is good, but I think like that could be like this like Brian getting rid of Blake. Kelly doesn't really have that, but it's like still, it's like I don't know. I think Sean like here is still fine. I don't think Sean's actually that good. He's still pretty confrontational. He still was like, yeah, if he made it to emerge, which he was meant to, he was still just gonna be the like at the bottom of what's it called of the Morgans. Um, and Blake isn't even impressive. I mean, like it's okay. It's like I don't know how much credit to give to Brian for that, but like I think it's like he's surviving around in a spot where like it makes no fucking sense for Danny to do that. Um, so I'll give him like some credit. Um, yeah, I think I'll leave Sean here. Bubba, I think is interesting because like there's an argument Bubba should move up. Um, like there's an argument Bubba is like closer to this tier. The problem is that Bubba took himself out by the end, essentially. Turk, I think he makes a more blatant mistake than the people in this tier. But like he was pretty well positioned. Like it is like he was like seemingly like completely running the original men's tribe. And like initially was like doing fine on the swap tribe. Like obviously he was like likely next to go after Rory, but like he wasn't the initial target. And like I think him trying to get Chris, like that was actually like a good play if he could have gotten it through, right? Like it was a good thought to have. It's just the fact that like he gets caught doing it makes it bad. Um yeah, I do kind of want to just move him up. Like I don't think he's that bad in the grand scheme of things. It's like it's a like his boot round is like I think how he plays that is bad, but like there's good thoughts in there. It's like and like I think ultimately like is he that far apart from like a James Miller? I think he's around that kind of level. Um Bob Dog. Bob Dog might just be here. Oh, a chance of 4 tribes in new era, open era. Like that's a lot to follow. Like I don't even think they like 4 tribes from their experience with it. So I wouldn't say it's super likely, but it's definitely not impossible. Um, do you imagine a blood moon, but it's 4 tribals? Uh, that would be miserable, and I would not put it past them from to do that. But if there's like 4 tribes, like for like an extended period of time, I would be surprised at that. Like maybe like a 1 episode 4 tribe thing. Um, but yeah, Bob Dog. Like there's really not that much to say about Bob Dog. Like he, like again, Panama starts off with the small tribes. He seemed to be doing okay there. Like he was close with Austin and Nick. Gets swapped away from his allies, but even then is like he's not like on the bottom right away. But like he's also someone that like just everyone kind of knows is gonna flip if he gets to merge. Um, yeah, I think that's possible. Like 49, like a 1 episode 4 tribe sort of thing. Um, but yeah, not a long term thing. And yeah, it was a 3-2-1-1. But to be fair, it's like Shane wanted Bob Dog out. He just like promised he wouldn't vote for him. Um, but still, yeah, it's still what, 3-2-1 at that point. So it is a pretty rocky fuck vote. Um, hmm. Yeah, debating where exactly. Maybe he's here. Maybe is he like Greg Buis level, or is he just Sean? Like maybe he is Sean. Maybe he's just like maybe I think I'm moving him above Brian. Is like my current like feeling. Maybe he's just like at the top of this tier. Like I don't know if I want to really move him up. Um, because like ultimately, it's like again with these people, it's like we at least like know where their games were headed. With Bob Dog, it's like even if you made their merge flipped, it's like where's this game headed at that point? We really don't know. Uh, so yeah, I kind of feel like he's probably still around like this level. Brad Farida, what was it? Someone, yeah, Brad should be Fincher level. I can kind of see it. Um, actually, you know what? Should actually no. How should we do this? Hold on. I kind of see like a mini tier here. Um, of flippers never win. Yeah, he was close to Yul and Becky. He was in the core of the Asian tribe. After that, he's kind of like all over the place. But like yeah, there were like there's a decent amount of upsides. Like he does survive quite a while before he is taken out. Um, had he made it to merge, he was going to flip, which probably is the best. Like at that point, like he probably just is in the 3, right? Like generally, like if he gets to merge, like he probably is in the top 3 with like Becky and Yul. Um, Cook on starting to. And again, that's what we have to do. That's part of the assignment here. Yeah, and that way I kind of do want to move him here, like above Bob Dog. The thing is, like, I think he does worse stuff to cause his boot though than Bob Dog. Um, or like yeah, it's like I would like Brad. It's like by the end he was just like social pariah. Uh, the white people hated Brad. All he did was be Asian. I mean, um, I kind of want to do this. I think. Okay, well, what am I doing here? I kind of do see, but I feel like Kelly is there too, isn't she? Yeah, maybe it is just. Maybe I just stick with this. But maybe it's Fincher moves down. Maybe Fincher and David Murphy move down. Um, possibly Jawan. Is Jawan in there? Of like flippers. Flippers that never win. I think it's kind of the group I see coming together. I guess like David isn't like a full on flipper, but like actually he kind of is, right? He does flip like to try to save Stephanie in the pre-merge. Um, Actually, I guess Desiree's also a flipper, like it was trying to be. But I guess like later though, like she does go to more tribals. She does, yeah. Thinking like Aaron Meredith should probably be like I think Aaron Meredith and John Fincher feel kind of coded. Uh, and what do I do with Carl though? Uh, hmm. This is becoming kind of a weird group. Um, Maybe I do just leave Carl here. Maybe I do move. Yeah, but no, Carl starts off weird. Mm, yeah, you know what? No, I think I'm just gonna. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, cool. Is my control key just not gonna work? There we go. I think I'm just gonna leave it as it was. Because ultimately, it's not that big of a deal. Like these are just gonna be the bottom or like the top of this tier. It's like it doesn't really matter. We'll deal with that when we put the list together. Um, Aaron, I think might move higher. Um, because I think like Aaron's a bit different than these sort of people. Um, like Aaron's probably more of the Jackie. I guess like the complaint. Actually, really, Aaron and Bubba. Actually, no, that's a bit different. He's kind of a mix of Jackie and Bubba, actually. I think he's Bubba in the sense that he makes like he doesn't play his final round the greatest. There definitely are like things to call out there. Um, but he obviously was pretty screwed, but not to the point where like Bubba was like running things. Aaron wasn't really running things. Aaron was more of like a figurehead. Um, like still, I feel like Aaron probably is going to move up. Add the spooky, scary clip every time I say boo. That would be pretty funny. Who's again? Aaron. Hmm. Is this too high? Like, am I? Because yeah, at this point he's like higher than like Frosty. It's like I don't know. Because yeah, he ultimately did fuck up. Frosty was able to like recover from the swap position. Like he wasn't. But maybe that's more of a criticism. Maybe these people should just be lower. Which I don't know. Maybe we'll look at that in a second. Like, is he ace? Is he close to an ace level? But I guess the problem is that, like, Aaron got taken out right away. Is he, like, Dan Barry level, then? I think that feels okay to me. Like, Dan, like, with Dan Barry at, like, kind of, like, the middle of, like, this and, like, a Tim Spicer. Like, maybe a Bradley Neal, like, close there, too. I think that kind of makes more sense to me. I guess I'll actually probably put him here. He's probably, like, towards the top of this, I think. What was the other thing I just had in my head that I was going to do? Oh, yeah, Frosty. Yeah, I don't know, maybe there's a world where, like, these people are lower than Frosty, because, like, this tier, because, like, these are people that, like, get kind of screwed at points, but were able to recover. These people didn't recover, right? So, like, yeah, it's like, should I move these people down a little bit? Am I going to say Rebecca and Nate are better players than Jenny? Which I could argue it. Like, it's not the most egregious thing, but I think that's the one thing sticking out here. I think otherwise I feel fairly fine with that. I guess the difference is that it's not like these people running the show. I think is kind of the issue, right? Well, it's like these people, it's like there were points where all of these people were like running the show, or at least were in very good positions. These are people that, and I guess like for Rebecca is more of that, but like Nate, Frosty, Noel, they weren't, right? It's not like they were ever running the game. It's more so the fact that they like failed to run the game, but like despite that, were like still be able to like had some good recovery skills. But I guess to be fair, it's not like Angie was running the game, right? Um, maybe I think I just keep it. Yeah, I think ultimately I probably just keep it. If anything, actually, I'm kind of thinking maybe does Rebecca move up a bit, but outside of that, I think the rest of it's fine. And Angie was like, I don't think she was running the game. Like she was like with Steph, and like they had a grouping at a point, but and I guess like you could argue like okay, Ashley quitting is like her being screwed. Weeks before that, they kind of had numbers. Whatever. I think we'll just keep that as is. I think that's fine. All right. Even Tyrone. I kind of feel like they're here. Like, are they like Bradley, Aaron level? Should be separated, maybe. Like, I think Tyrone does more like bad. Yeah, like Tyrone definitely pissed people off. Eve didn't really. Maybe put Tyrone here. Yeah, I think him with this sort of grouping makes sense. Above David Murphy. That was kind of close, actually. Like, I think David. Like, so it's like Tyrone, I think. like it was in a better like initial spot, right? Like him and Eve were kind of like the center people um on the original Espada. Um so like he was better positioned early on in the game. Um Kelly doesn't fit in that tier. I think she does. I mean like I think before Tyrone is there, I think she does. Um Tyrone isn't exactly this. Uh He ran 3 rounds when David was on the bottom of the majority. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe it's a spot where maybe Tyrone is here and Eve might be higher. Like maybe Eve is like closer to this. Like Tyrone's like closer to like the Bradley sort of level. Um Eve might be closer to like the Jill. Actually, why did I separate Jill and Eve? I guess like Jill. Actually, then Jill would have gone home, right? Instead of Kelly B. Yeah, I think even Jill probably should be like back to back, right? Yeah, she did win a challenge. That's fair, I guess. It was like a minor tick up, but like, I kind of feel like they should be back to back. Yeah, thank God Eve moves up. Thank God Eve is now. Let's see, what number is Eve now? She's top 400. There we go. What number are we actually at right now, by the way? Like, how many people have we gone through? Actually, doesn't look too bad. Got through 30 people. Fuck. It's already 3 o'clock. All right. All right. This is the last. Like, I think this is the spot I was talking about before. Where like, I think this is the actually maybe pre-Austin. But I think like this grouping is the last like difficult grouping in my mind. After that, it should be easy. And by that, I mean, it'll probably still take forever, and I'm being delusional right now. But I can at least hope that that's the case. Okay, this. Why are Sean Kelly G so low? Kelly G, like, isn't that good. Also, Sean's also not that good. I'm like, Sean is someone that, like, yeah, he could have, like, flipped, but, like, he just would have been at the bottom of that point. It's like, there's good, like, he does good to survive as long as he does, but like ultimately it's like he's not actually that good. Like he's still confrontational. People don't really like him. And he's just gonna flip to be on the bottom of another group. It's like I don't think there's any real potential there. Then what? Kelly Goldsmith. Yeah, Kelly Goldsmith also was like not in a great spot for a lot of that season. It's never she was never part of the core for group. She only flips because Lex pisses her off. After that, it's like, and she fails to even get that flip to go off. Even if she does, she's still just on the bottom. I think Noelle has more to her. Like, I think there definitely are comparisons. I think Noelle is able to recover like multiple times. Where like Kelly G's only able to recover, like she's actually never even recover at all. Where's the gap? Like, it is a decently sized gap, but like I do agree with, like I think she's worse than Greg probably. Like I think she's worse than Rudy. Like maybe like here would be okay, but like yeah, I think she is definitely like in this ballpark. I'm implying that all blonde women are the same. What did I say that was referring that? Yeah, it's like if you're like, yeah, Noelle's not even blonde if we're talking about Noelle. But I do really like the Kelly Goldsmith Bryan parallel. Worse than Dwight and High? What are we talking about? Sean and Kelly, I think, are definitely worse than Dwight. High, yeah, I think it's fine. Like I think High's like able to like post merge is able to do some good stuff. Like he still is leading like the Roxroy vote. He's able to stay in the majority for a good like for a few rounds there, right? Um, yeah, so what 3 rounds there. Um, Ultimately he's taken out in a pretty bad spot, but like, yeah, I think he's better. Yeah. Um. Oh, I thought we were talking about Nalia. Yeah, I wouldn't even entertain that. Um. Uh. Yeah, I do feel fine with this. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna stick. I don't feel like it. Yeah, I feel fine. Um, Brandon Quinton. I okay. Brandon Quinton's interesting because like I think there's like aspects of him that are like David Fincher, fuck me, John Fincher and David Murphy coded. Um, the problem I have with Brandon is that like ultimately, like it's not like I don't know. It's like I get it as a person. I don't think it's obviously just not a good player thing to do, right? Like the flip because of Frank. It's like, um, I think outside that his game's fine. Like his game, like I think if it's like if we're not taking the final 8 round into consideration, like if he just got like pagonged, um, like he's higher. He's probably like I don't know, like Penny Ramsey level. But yeah, the fact that he like essentially self sabotages at the end, I think that like puts him lower here. But I think there is an argument he could be John Fincher level. Um, yeah, thinking it through, I don't know. Like Fincher's flip, I think at least makes sense. Brandon's doesn't, but like Brandon's game before that's probably better than Fincher's. Uh, Try to put himself in the trivia competition against Big Tom. Is that a positive or negative? um. Anyway, I think I'll leave him here. Nick Brown. Um. Nick Brown's different, but like I also kind of get what I was going for putting him this low. Um. I think you could make a comparison between him and Greg. I think the difference is that people didn't really like him. And like obviously, the race hopping, or like race play factor, maybe. But like, still, again, like, he's not a particularly respected person. Like Greg, if he gets the end, wins. Nick, if he gets the end, doesn't. Um, yeah, I just think my opinion on Brian goes down a lot over time. Um, and I think like the mentality when making those sort of lists is kind of different too, because I think with those sort of lists, you're only like I feel like you primarily focus on the positives. And like with Brian, there's like a lot of like potential positives to point out, especially if you're like going from like a potential standpoint. But then, like actually making the list and like putting everything together and like trying to like keep it grounded within like what they actually did, it's like Brian isn't that good. Um he would leave his term to play Survivor again. He does want to play Survivor again. So thank God we know that. Um Oh, I just realized this is the. Didn't we say this before that like Lil was the? No, Lil was the lowest finalist, right? That's what it was. I was thinking Lil was the lowest post merger, but no, she's the lowest finalist, right? So we're about to get to the last finalist. So that's something. Um, I just realized it'd be kind of funny if I can name next stream. I can't because like Twitch isn't gonna allow it. But that'll be kind of funny if I named it was it Will Rocky or is Rocky Reed a fuck fame? But again, they won't let me use that because Twitch is cowards. I don't think we've gotten to Matt and Jason yet, have we? I think we're probably not that far away. Yeah, they're there. Oh, probably sometime next stream. We'll get to them. We'll see. Ideally I would like to get to here, but I feel like no way that's happening in the next hour. But we'll see. Burton and Lil I think are interesting. I'm really, it's like they probably should be separate. Like Lil probably is more of a Nick Brown. Not really though. Actually, Lil. Okay, is Burton more Brian Corden actually? Huh. Is Rocky Reed of fuck fame at wait. Okay, I'm trying to think what would be the funniest title for that. I think Lil's better than Burton. Maybe I don't know. Lil is just someone that like who's lower, Jason or Charity? Charity, I would think, but yeah, don't know for sure. But I would assume, yeah, it definitely is Charity, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Charity. Like Charity's like way down, right? Where's Charity? Matt Williams probably should be higher, by the way, but maybe. I guess we'll see. Actually, yeah, Charity's like really low. Actually, fuck yeah. Should she be that low? We'll see. Where am I again here? Yeah, Burton. I kind of see Burton, Brian Corden, like in a way. Like Burton does like really flame out his first time around though. Charity's Rocky tier, is that what's happening? Charity's fuck tier. Let's see. Lil, like I mean, like also part of me wants to put like Lil closer to like here. Like the problem is, I feel like Lil on paper. Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about. Probably right. Post merger. Is there another post merger that's this low? Like where's I think Chris Noble. No, Chris Noble's higher. Where's Chris Noble? It's all the way up here. Yeah, she might be. Yeah, I don't see another post merger lower than her. So yeah, it's probably the case. Which I think makes sense considering she never went to tribal. Oh yeah, non-juror. Yeah, definitely non-juror. Where am I at? Yeah, Lil was at least respected in game. Yeah, okay. Maybe I will move Lil higher. It's like ultimately with Lil also, it's like she still survives 2 tribals before she gets voted out, right? Like that's kind of impressive in its own right. I would say maybe like here. Like I think she's worse than Rudy still. But yeah, I would say like maybe this tier is surviving 2 votes impressive. I mean, it's better than some other people, I guess. I don't know. Like I think for her being an old, like old, was it Boy Scout trooper? It's impressive. Um, yeah, I would say she's like probably like bottom of this tier. She's like 50. I mean, that's old for Survivor terms. Again, that's a person in their what they I forgot what they say, like what Evie call Tiffany later days. Is that what it was? um, it's Burton throwing a challenge to give it out. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, it's like so. Like going back to Burton, like I kind of see what I was doing with him and Brandon. Of like, there's definitely like some self sabotage there. Again, like just inherently, it feels like Burton's a better player. But the reality is that his game is kind of bad. Um, I can also see some like Aaron Meredith comparisons though. Um, or when Eva called Maria old, yeah. Well, what did she actually say? I don't even remember anymore. I remember it's during the reunion show, right? Wasn't it? Um, was it during the show or was it the? Anyway, it was in the finale for sure. Um, I forgot the context of it. People were riot after I ranked Burton. Well, that's fine. Oh, it was Christy during Final Trouble. Okay, yeah. Um, yeah, I just remember. Yeah, just the random shade towards Maria, which I don't know. Is it unwarranted? Who knows? Um, where does this actually put Burton? I kind of want to just see where's this put Burton. Like, what number is he? Like 431. So that's bottom half for sure, right? 431. Wait, no. There. It's not even at 60%. Burton being Aaron tier. Maybe. I think the thing also is that I didn't want him to be higher than Sean. Like Aaron, I mean, but like Aaron was still in a good spot in his original tribe, though. Could pull a Rick Nelson, put him 150 spots higher. I kind of okay. I think Aaron Meredith is my current like parallel to Burton. Um, yeah, I think that's what I'm feeling is Aaron Meredith. Um, so yeah, I think that's fine. Which, by the way, when you said Aaron, like, which Aaron were you meaning? Were you meaning Reisenberger or were you meaning Meredith? Because I just realized there's two Aarons. But I think right now my gut is Aaron Meredith. Makes sense. Let's see. Kobe, I have not continued One Piece yet, which is an issue. I thought it was earlier in stream that I'm almost caught up with like streams that I missed out on. To where my debate was like, do I go back to One Piece? Do I start Outlast? Do I start Survivor Quebec? I am thinking of just like finishing One Piece. Because like I'm already like I'm fairly close to getting caught up. I think I'll watch until the end of Egghead and then probably call it there for now. But yeah, I am thinking of going back to One Piece, getting to Egghead, and then wait until Elbaf in the anime's done before watching the anime version of it. And just keep up manga wise from that point on. But yeah, like after One Piece though, then watch like probably Survivor Quebec first, then Outlast. I think it's probably what I'll do. Wow. I thought generally. Oh wait, I don't think I ever talked about this either. I kind of want to get back into Yu-Gi-Oh. Like generally, like so. I'm trying to remember what happened. Like I randomly got recommended a Yu-Gi-Oh video, So where I started watching that, and it made it was a ranking of the final duels in all the anime series. That's what it was. And it kind of made me nostalgic to where, like, okay, I want to rewatch the final duel in Duel Monsters. To where I end up rewatching that. I was like, fuck, now I want to rewatch, like, Yugi versus Kaiba in Battle City. And then, like, I started rewatching, like, some Yu-Gi-Oh! Duels, and now I'm kind of in the spot where, like, I kind of want to rewatch Yu-Gi-Oh! But I don't know. I need to watch Attack on Titan. That generally is something I need to watch. I don't know when I ever will, but, like, too bad, I am kind of likely to. I feel like of the anime series that I have not watched, I feel like that is probably one of the ones I'm most likely to eventually watch. But again, don't know when I will. Yeah, Kobe. Yeah, I think Kobe is Brandon Quentin coded probably. Um, actually, I guess you can argue Nick Brown. Are these really like fair? Okay, wait. I think Sally is more of a Nick Brown. Like Sally is like, and too for Sally might even be lower. Um, like Sally doesn't get saved by a twist. Um, yeah, Kobe had an okay start. Like he does like seemingly put the votes together to take out Jonathan if that were to be a thing that happened, which didn't end up happening. But either way, yeah, it's like early on he was okay. Like he kind of loses it like I don't know, like a week or so in. But like he at least had like the Janu connection. He like had Greg and Jen at a point. Um 87 episodes. Attack on Titan is 87 episodes? I assumed it was way longer than that. I'm kind of surprised it's only 87 episodes. Um did well to Survivor Austin. Yeah, I guess, but I also feel like that's like I feel like Austin was always going to be like the primary anyway. Um, by the way, I'm looking up Attack on Titan at this point. How many episodes of Attack on Titan? I generally thought it was like hundreds. According to this, 94, but that's still not that bad. Yeah, maybe I will. Like again, like not right away, but like I'm not opposed to it. Like maybe when I'm caught up with all the reality TV and everything. That's not bad. Maybe I will watch it. Um, it's on Netflix or something, right? It's on one of those streaming services. Um, Courtney had to fight to get Austin out. Yeah, but that's also because she had like a pre-game relation or relation from the starting tribe with Sally. Don't know if that's really that indicative of Sally doing like well. Um, I think I'm still gonna put her Nick Brown. Um, then yeah, I think Kobe. Yeah, I'll leave him here. He kind of loses it by the end, but I think there's at least good stuff early on. Eric Cardona is a bit of a weird one here. Um, Genuinely, he probably should be closer to this. I think it's like Eric Cardona's another one of these that's like there's a lot of potential there, but like he doesn't really do anything, and he was never in that good of a spot. Um, I guess like actually, yeah, I guess like the end of his game is very Kobe. You know, maybe this should be its own tier also. Maybe Brandon should be a separate tier. I think Eric and Kobe definitely feels good. Um, Brandon, I think Brandon had like better, like because like both of Kobe and Eric, it's like by the end of pre-merge, like they were definitely being talked about as a target. Brandon's not even a target coming into the merge. Like that's something. Um, like Nick and Sally were like the next to go in their tribes. Um, Ralph is a bit of a strange one. Ralph's like I generally don't really know. Burn being part 7. Well, thank God. Who's the least memorable player if it wasn't for their final speech? Would probably be Eric. I don't know. Like Eric's still first juror. It's probably like I think Kelly Sharbaugh is probably more forgotten about than Eric. Well, I guess too far. Yeah, his final speech probably plays into factor in that though, doesn't it? Um, Eric, Aaron Meredith, Jamal. Uh, it's not the. Yeah, I mean, like I can kind of see that to a degree. Uh, I feel like that. Hmm. Like my gut is that Jamal's worse. And then like with Aaron versus Eric, it's like I don't know. It's like I can see that a bit more. Um, Ralph was Harry. Oh, thank God. Yeah, Ralph, like he's just fine. Like he, like really, it's like should he be that far apart from David Murphy? Like he probably just is like kind of David Murphy coded. Like, I mean, he's probably like generally he's probably more Greg coded, which I don't know. Maybe that's putting him higher then. Like he was pretty well liked. He doesn't do like that much actively wrong. He again, he obviously like is like blindsided when Sarita goes home. Um, it's not like he's doing that much actively wrong there. Like generally, like I could also see him being here. I don't really have like a major complaint with that. I think it's like the thing I want to knock him for is the fact that he was like blindsided when Sarita went home. I'll say that like he's fine. He's okay. He did beat Russell his own game. Thank God. Um, I'm debating if like him being above this tier, if that feels okay. I think I am fine with it. Generally, I think I'm fine with it that he's above this. Um, Shreen's out of place. Yeah, we'll get the Shreen. um, Joe Dowdle. I think he's here. He was next to go. He also he exists. There's not really much to say about Joe Dowdle. Sierra Reed. We're almost done with the comma players, so thank God. What Roar's here? Yeah, cool. Um, I think Sierra Reed was meant to be a tier below, right? I think is what kind of the intention was. Mm, yeah, I think I probably will just put a tier below. For now. Yeah. Well, I think we'll. This tier will probably need work, but whatever. Joe survived 4 tribals. Yeah, that's fair, I guess. He just survived the 4 of his group. Like that's pretty decent. Um, but ultimately, yeah, he was still like the next to go. Like at the like even when he gets medevaced, he still was not someone that like had that much like that much going on in the game. But I don't know. Maybe it's like maybe it is good enough to be like closer to there. I don't know. Realistically, I think Desiree is actually kind of closer to Brandon Quinton, isn't she? Um, and like I don't know, maybe this does need some reworking. Um, yeah, I kind of see that actually above David Murphy. Okay, let's see. Dude, what am I gonna name next stream if I do? I guess actually, am I gonna go through the Rocky thing? If I'm again, this is the final tier of the night. Am I actually gonna do the Rocky thing? I guess I will. Again, Rocky of fuck fame. My favorite. All right, wait. Let's do this. I actually, yeah. Now that I think about it, like he should not be lower than Greg, right? Like I think Joe, Greg, let's see. Yeah, I think Desiree being there kind of does make sense. Aaron Meredith is also just one that I'm like, I don't know. What was I doing before, actually? What was the tier I was trying to make before? It was what? It was Aaron Meredith. Okay, actually, maybe let's make some room. Yeah, maybe I do start earlier on Wednesday. We'll see. Okay, so it was what? Fincher, David Murphy, Aaron Meredith. Yeah, I was debating on what to do with Carl. Okay. Then what? It was like they were like around these people, right? Was kind of what I was going for. Then yeah, what was I doing with Dwight and High? I think that was the thing I didn't really figure out if I was gonna break this up. At this rate, the player rankings never getting finished. Generally, like I made more progress this stream than I did last. Like, actually, I think we're on pace to do the same as last stream, but like this is better than like the 2 streams before this. Coblin Cho is just such a weird player. Maybe they're there. Oh yeah, I forgot. Jawan was here, wasn't he? Burton is someone I'm not sure where Burton necessarily goes in this. Yeah, I'm thinking. I think like this needs to be kind of like mixed to some degree. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I think like once we get past like the Jonas level, I feel like that's when it becomes a bit more clear cut because there's not really that much to say about these people. It's like it should become easier, but also I thought that'd be the case earlier. So, oh well. Which one's Piku Niku? Yeah, I don't know what to do with Carl. Carl versus Aaron. I guess too for Aaron was almost out earlier on the game. Brad would be a Burton that makes final 3 if he had the opportunity to come back into the game. I don't know. I think that's a little bit of a reach. I don't know, it's like Brad. Like Brad would have been like. What's the best way to describe it? It's like because Brad. I mean, I guess we're saying he comes. Yeah, I guess we're saying he comes back into the merge. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I guess that's like not an unfair comparison. Um, in that way, like yeah, like Brad would have had like an actual alliance to flip to, would have been in that group, would have gotten the 3. Burton couldn't even get the 3. Um, I think is the argument. Um, um, maybe it is that. Bob Dog and Brad there. Maybe Sean is here. Maybe. Okay, wait, let me think about how to piece this together. Because I think Kobe and Eric Cardona are closer to here. I think Brandon Quinton and Desiree are closer together. Or Brandon Quinton and Desiree are closer to like Kelly and Brian. Uh, sorry, maybe I move this grouping up. Um, like maybe move this up to at least here. Um, Ow, is Brian too high in this spot though? I don't know if Brian should be that high. Okay, I think I kind of do want to go. Yeah, I don't feel like Brian should be that high because Brian wasn't even in the majority on his original tribe. Um, I kind of feel like this might be fine. Yeah, Kelly was never in the majority. Yeah, I guess I just stick. Okay, maybe I just. Okay, let me rework this again. Um, okay, I guess actually I keep it what it was, but then just move her back down. Yeah, it's like Brain Quinn at least did have allies. It's like Brandon's like end game is really bad, but also it's like his game before that was pretty good, and it's like it still is like. Again, there was like real life stuff going on with Brandon, so it's like I don't know. I don't feel like that's the worst thing in the world. I think Kobe and Eric are like closer to this. I think they're kind of like a downgrade version of that. Um, Nick and Sally are probably below this. Then Sierra is probably still here. I think is kind of the structure that fits at this point. Reynolds and Eddie are weird. Like they're really just on the bottom the entire game. Like I guess they're more liked than Sierra. So I don't know, maybe that's like here. Maybe it's like Nick Brown, Sally. Um, or maybe they are just like a tier. Because like at least Sierra was like in the initial majority, right? Yeah, it's like Ellen and Reddy, like they're just there, like kind of even kept around just because of like challenge strength. and everything. Um, so yeah. Alec and Wes. Are Alec and Wes too low? Both taken out due to kind of wonky situations. Both were in the initial majority. Both had numbers. Like after the merge and everything. I kind of feel like both are probably closer to this. Like closer to at least Greg. Even Wes, I think you'd maybe argue higher. Really, Alec, you can argue higher. Yeah, like Wes. Generally, Wes isn't that bad. Like he obviously gets ironed out. Generally, it's just like, yeah. I mean, really, it's just kind of a lot of unknowns. He doesn't. He wins. Yeah. Yeah. It's like I think that's fair. Where's Jay Byers in this? Oh, here. Yeah, I think that probably is fair. Yeah, I kind of feel okay with Wes being that high. I'm debating if I feel okay with Alec being that high. Um, I I think it probably is fine. Like both still had like some inroads with the other side. I think they were also like disfavored by the blood versus water of it all. Um, yeah, so I'm at least moving them there. I think. I okay. Actually, maybe just do this. Um, Depending on where exactly within this tier, I actually think they might be at the top because they were both like, yeah, actually, yeah. Alec gets screwed by Westminster. Actually, and now I think about it, Alec was actually in a pretty good spot in that round, wasn't he? I kind of forgot about that until just now. That Alec like actually got in with like John and Jacqueline, right? To where like they believe that, like coming in the tribe, at least they believe that they were part of the split with like Reed. I kind of forgot about that until just now. Um, so maybe Alec's better. Uh, like generally, like is Alec here? Like Alec, like Jeremiah Reed, or fuck me, Jeremiah Wood. I don't think that's the most egregious thing. Um, there's generally bad social points. That is fair. I mean, yeah, like he does treat Baylor pretty poorly. Um, and yeah, it's like I know like Natalie and well, I guess that's also Baylor, but like yeah, like that's definitely a criticism. I'm still debating it though. Um, Generally, I actually thought about that. Like in retrospect, maybe I should take like when we put the final list together, maybe I should like put like notes next to them on like why they're like at least like why they're like separated the way they are within the tiers. To at least remember like the minute differences. Nah, we'll get to that when we get to the final thing. Um, I kind of still want to do it, but I don't think I will. Because like I think at that point, like him being hired and these people feels weird, right? Like I think I could definitely argue it that he's like close to Jeremiah Wood, but I do think the fact that yeah, I think the bad social work, um, uh, Yeah, it's like I think yeah, I'll probably just leave him where he is, and West too. Like I'll probably also just leave him there. Um, Generally though, I could argue this. Like it's still in my head that like I generally can argue this. Like I actually don't feel like it's the most egregious thing to argue. Um, you know what? Actually, I might go here. I think then would be with like Noel, Frosty, Nate. I feel like that actually feels okay to me. And like maybe Wes isn't exactly that, but like Alec at least I think is like there's at least like some flexibility there. He's like able to get in to new groups and whatnot. Um and Wes isn't really that though. Um Jeremiah's too high. Jeremiah, like, he had a pretty, like, had Cass not flipped, Jeremiah's pretty much a lock to get to the end. And he struggles to win, but it's like, I think he at least had, like, an end game path. Um, I mean, like, yeah, that's pretty much it, right? It's like, I don't know, he doesn't do that much, like, actively wrong to get voted out in the spot that he does. Is Wes Alec of what? Oh, if Wes's dad didn't exist, maybe, but we'll never know. Um, yeah, I'll just leave him there. I think that's fine. Like I think Alec and Wes feel back to back to me, even though I think Alec feels more in this tier than like I think he like fits in with these players more than Wes does. But yeah, I think I'll just put them both there. Where am I at now? Shireen. Shireen, I think is Sierra level, right? I think that was the intention around having her here, was that she's Sierra Reed. And yeah, I think that's still probably fine. I mean, she is a two-time player. I guess like maybe if we want to give her like credit for like leading the Vetus vote, maybe here, maybe like Brian Corden, Kelly. Uh, it's not too much. Why Jeff never say he IO'd out his own son? He should have. That was a missed opportunity. Um, maybe actually I don't know. Maybe like Monica Badia versus Shireen. Um, like first game wise, I think Monica's is better. Second game wise, Shireen is probably better. They're like, does it even out? Not sure. Like I generally don't know. I want to see something. How many players would be like if we actually finish this tier? How many players are we at for today? Dude, it's only 49, and we only did 49 players today. So we did end up doing more than, or we ended up doing more last stream. That's kind of annoying. Wait, who was I? I generally just forgot who the fuck I was moving. Shireen, right? Where the fuck did I put her? Oh, here. Do another tier of what though? Okay, cool. I think I'll probably just leave her there for now. Like the Silas tier. Oh, you mean do another tier after this? You mean? It's fucking 340 already. Maybe like we could start it. Maybe I don't know. I think by 4. I think 4 a.m. is my cutoff. Joe Mena. Um, Huh. I think Joe Meta could go a lot of places. Uh, I kind of feel like him and Kobe. I can kind of see that. It's a bit different in the sense that like Joe obviously survives a bit longer. Um, but Joe also got saved by an idol. Um, he's never in like that great of a spot in the game. Uh, yeah, it's like, yeah, he's kind of like a. I could also see the Aaron comparison there. Generally, actually, maybe Aaron is a decent 1-for-1. Yeah, I don't think he had the greatest win equity. Significantly lower than Dr. Mike feels crazy. Eh, is he that much lower than Dr. Mike? Where's Dr. Mike? I think that's a fine gap. Like, I think Joe is a much like worse player. Like, I think he's a worse Like, I think he's actively a worse player. In the sense that, like, I think he pisses people off more. Um, that's only 33 people. That's not the worst thing in the world. I think that's fine. I think Joe Aaron Meredith feels fine to me. JP Helseback, I don't know what I'm even doing with JP here. Like, it was the intention to put him like with Nick and like Sally and those sort of people. Like, he just exists. Like, he's never like that kind of a spot, but like he's at least like voting with the majority. Yeah, it's like he might go up. I don't know. I don't really have like that vested of an interest in JP. Like, he might be here. Um, like, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. Like, he's just not like an active player, but like he does survive. Like, he goes to a lot of tribals. Um, yeah, he survives that entire post swap phase. He survives that first vote. Even though like why was he even like mentioned during that first vote? But like still. Um, what was it? Post merge, like he's in the majority for a little bit. He gets flipped on, but it's like, yeah, it's probably like this caliber. Even like artists, actually, I can like see a little bit of an artist comparison. Um, uh, yeah, I'm generally debating it now. Actually, generally like him and artist isn't that far apart. Such a ridiculous thing. Oh, him taking his pants. Yeah. Uh, he's inspired by. Did they even see that? I'm trying to remember. Yeah. Wait, they did see that, right? Everybody saw Game Changers. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they saw Game Changers already. I think they did at that time. I think at that time they filmed both seasons after, didn't they? Like after 34. I could be wrong. Um, yeah, I am. I'm kind of thinking moving JP up the artist, or maybe this is like is artist too high? Because I could see that too, like artist being closer to like the Joe Dowdle tier. But it's like ultimately he was still flipped on, right? Like it's still like both JP and artist, they were both like still flipped on by their groups. It's not like um yeah, it's not like Brandon at least like was able to run down the numbers of his tribe. Ralph probably would have been able to. Boo did. Sarge didn't, but like he wasn't taken out by his own numbers. He was taken out because like he just came into merge down. Um, so I'm thinking moving this down. Uh, and I think that Dan Barry was Dan Barry. Maybe Dan Barry down also. I don't know. I guess maybe not. I guess he was also in a spot to make it to the end of his group, right? If they stayed in numbers, which I think is like what these people are. Um, Ask Chat GPT. Actually, what would it come? Actually, it would be kind of interesting to see what Chat GPT says. I think that'll be actually really funny. Try to say Ruth Marie. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's really that big of a deal, but that's whatever. Was I done? Yeah, I think I was done with that, right? Nasir. That is Nasir. I don't know, like, I think, like, bare minimum, he's probably Nick Sanley. He's probably like, okay. Is he? Also, this just feels weird at this point, right? Is Carl actually here? What am I doing, Carl? He just feels like a random insert on this tier at this point. It said no. That's kind of funny. Worse than Aaron. I don't know if I for sure feel that. Is doing it, but in tears. I think him, Nick Brown. But it's like, it's different. Like, it is different because the Seer was at least liked. Nick Brown wasn't. But also, position-wise, it is similar, though. I kind of. I do feel like there's maybe more, but I guess he's not really in the majority. I guess is like kind of the issue with that, right? Or like all these other people were at least in majorities, at least had like major allies. Nasir didn't. Yeah, it's like I think I probably do leave him here. Aurora. My instinct is Aurora Sierra, but maybe she's better. She did better in challenges. She made it deeper. Didn't really. It's like it didn't really have a path to the end. But yeah, it's like I think probably she's at least there. She was lined up to be the first to go, which is still an issue. Um, hmm. She survives Devin's lost Final 6 immunity. Yeah, but she's like next out. Like, yeah, she was still in the bottom of that group. Like she's gonna be what, voted out 5. So it's like, I don't know if it's that big of a deal. Maybe could move her up to this. But I don't know. I don't feel. I feel like her and Jen doesn't feel the most egregious thing. Like maybe put her at the top of this. Rizzo last? Well, that's great. Yeah, the colors are just based on what my initial instinct was. It doesn't really matter anymore. By the way, I never did update this, did I? Cool. Oh, wait, I just realized that's not the way I'm meant to be doing that. Go. There we go. Aurora above Jawan feels weird. I have no. Generally, I don't have much of an opinion on that. It's like I can kind of see it going both ways. Like, I guess like both. Actually, I think there are a decent amount of parallels. Actually, like the early games are really similar. Like she was still like she was also like pretty confrontational, but yeah, I think she had like the right like I think Aurora's the type of player like has the right idea of what she should be doing, but just doesn't have any of the social like like influence to actually do that. Um, I kind of. Let's see. What can I do here? Let's see. So like, I think Jawan and Aurora both like rank from the bottom up. No, we're ranked from the top down. Or like, again, like a lot of stuff is already like people are already like in tiers. Like we did that before, but now we're like breaking it up kind of as much as possible. Also simplifying things. But no, we're going like this round. We started from here and we're going down. Like essentially everything before, like this is the tier that we're working on right now. Everything above this is like mostly solidified. Like there might be people from below that move up, but outside of that, it's like it is mostly fine. Boo tier. I think worse than Boo. Because like Aurora was still like almost the first Boo. Yeah, I think that's the fair thing with Aurora and Jawan. I think Aurora's like position was a bit more stable than Jawan's though. But yeah, it's like it is a spot where Aurora doesn't have any like actual influence in the game. Um, I feel like I'm just kind of. I think I do just settle on here. Yeah, I think Jawan. Hmm. I don't know actually. Brian is S tier. Brian Heidick, I'm assuming. Uh, like okay, these are all players that were meant to be pre-merge boots, right? Actually, I guess along with these people. Yeah, really a lot of these people were. Okay, so that's kind of yeah, doesn't make it easier. My gut is telling. Okay, maybe this. Like, but I guess Aurora's not really the same though, right? Because Aurora didn't really have it's like the opposite. Where like Jen and Jawan at points had influence. Like Aurora didn't have influence. Rob C, Sandra, and Amber S tier. Yeah, I don't know if I'm putting Amber in S tier or Rob C even, but Sandra's like I get like obviously I don't have Sandra like assessed highly, but like her being an S tier that feels okay. Um, okay. I think I'm moving up Jawan. I think Jawan at least had influence. And then Aurora, I'm just like I'm still kind of just like I don't know where to put her. Like, is she just like maybe she's at the bottom of this? I don't even know like her versus Aaron where I stand on that. Um, like she just survived longer. Yeah, I don't think I could put her here. I think, like, Roar was in too much danger early on in the game to put her here. Yeah, I think I'm going to settle on here. I think that's kind of where I feel okay with. What? Every winner's S tier except for Aris. See, even Chat GPT knows that he's the most boring winner. Put Tyson Parvati on it twice. Well, that's great. Well, I mean, Parvati is a 2-time winner, so I mean that does make sense. Actually, I got Tyson's also a 2-time winner. Is Courtney lower than Alexis? I don't know. I think it makes sense. Like, Alexis like has a pretty good Micronesia game. Like, Alexis theoretically should have won. Like, if Amanda didn't have an idol, like, Alexis probably wins. Like, Courtney doesn't try to win. I don't know. I don't think it's the most, like, I think that's fine. Like, I don't really have like that much of a vested interest either way, but like I don't know, where are they? Let's see. I think she's higher, right? Yeah, Alexis here, Courtney there. Yeah, yeah, it's kind of whatever. Where are we at? Who's Tori, right? Tori Meehan. Tori's probably Sierra Reed. Maybe, I mean, to first, Tori survived some tribals. Barely remember Alexis. Well, that's your problem then. But yeah, Tori, like, she's on the bottom the entire season. She does, like, she's good at challenges at least. She does save herself against Swathi, for what that's worth. So part of me kind of wants to boost her because of that. Like, maybe she's like Brian tier. Yeah, Brian Tori. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. I guess too, for her elimination though, is also kind of screwy. I don't know, screwy's the term, but like obviously it was like Dre had an idol. Also, the entire like race conversation came up. It's like, it's like, does that happen if it wasn't for a split tribal at all and all that sort of stuff? It's like, I don't know. I kind of want to move her up because of that, actually. Yeah, for also, yeah, just the group order also affects things there. So yeah, I think I'll put her in this tier. Saul, what did I do with Saul? Finchel for Tori or for Saul? Saul, the Saul survivor. Yeah, like Saul, I think he starts off the game very bad. He actually really he's meant to be the first boot, right? He gets saved by Asia trying to save him. Yeah, it's like I think that was my kind of vibe is like he's kind of the debate between like Jawan and Aaron. I actually, is Nasir too low at this point? Is also something I'm kind of thinking about. Because like, is Nasir? Because at least Nasir was like safe throughout the pre-merge. Like he's never actually going home. The problem is that he didn't really have any like long-term prospects. It doesn't really do much like independently like good. He's swap screwed. Debatable. Generally, I think Nasir's probably the most likely to go anyway, right? Oh no, I guess Evie, and then Nasir, but but yeah, it's like I think this year's in a rough spot either way, but he definitely like that specific spot. Um, you can argue he was screwed. I am kind of thinking like maybe Nasir. No, actually, no. Yeah, that is pretty bad. That Shan caught him for no reason. Hmm. Uh. Yeah, I guess I'll just keep it. Like it still is a spot where he had no real like long-term prospects. I think Saul probably also around here then. Like he was still on the outs the entire pre-merge. Um, he still gets taken out by Genevieve by the end. Like ultimately, I think Saul and this year are like similar. Uh, like I think I'm probably gonna keep them close together. So it's just really where exactly are they? Um, yeah, it's like I think I just probably settle here. Uh, actually I don't know, but Brian Corden's not really that good either though. When Series first from Luvu, day three, I don't have no clue, maybe. Um, I don't think we haven't like we just don't know. Uh, like we know by like by what episode 3 it would have been Sydney or so, but yeah, generally don't know episode 1. Um, which if anything, that's just like further solidifying him with Saul. Um, so yeah, I think him and Saul's fine. In retrospect, I think Nick Brown and Sierra is probably closer together. Um, then yeah, I think I'll probably keep this. I think you can actually argue this either way. With like Nick Brown, Sierra versus like Sally, Nasir, Saul, because like Nick Brown and Sierra were like at least safe early on. They were never being targeted. Like Sierra's at least in the initial majority. Um, but also never being targeted like early game. I guess is maybe. I guess actually no, you could argue that. Because Sally wasn't really targeted until like the end of the pre-merge. Nasir wasn't really targeted pretty much at all, but that's because there wasn't really the opportunity, and then Saul was. But uh, yeah, it's like I just think like early Luvu's like I don't think we ever have like a real solid answer. I think it was a spot where like they probably didn't actually decide anyway, like on Island, like who actually would have gone that first round. Um, Saul persevered. He was a hero, sure. Um, yeah, I think we'll do that. It's fucking 4 a.m. already, so we'll probably call it a night. Um, so yeah, I gotta figure out next stream's title. Yeah, generally I might start next stream early. At the rate that we're going, because I do need to actually finish this at some point in my life. I don't think I think I'll probably start at like 10 instead of 11 is what I might do. I'm trying to remember. Actually, there's nothing going on this Wednesday, right? Yeah, I think it's fine. Um, Yeah, I think I'll just do 10. I don't know. Yeah, I technically could do earlier, but it's like they're gonna do like a fucking like 7 hour stream or something. It's like, um, yeah, I did spend a lot of time on Big Brother. Um, Yeah, I don't know if I want to do 9. 9 is what? That would make it, yeah, like a 7-hour stream. I don't know. I still think I've worked on the Survivor View and everything. But I guess, like, again, ultimately, it's only like 1 hour. But it's like, yeah, I think I'll say 10. I think, yeah, I think I'll just do 10. Um, Eastern time, obviously. Um, so yeah, okay. Actually, also, I guess I'll post. Okay, not what I meant to do. That's fine. Yeah, post this version of it on the Google Sheet. But yeah, I think I'll start 10. Try to get to the player ranking by 11, and then like really just hone in on it. We'll see. Do I have faith? Not really, but yeah, I think that's what we'll try to do. Um, there's a caliber of players on Tribes of San Juan del Sur is insane. Yeah, especially in retrospect now. Yeah, okay. What am I naming the next stream? How many are left? Well, we're at I need to look up how many people we're at anyway, right? We're at 449, right? So, where's that? 751 minus 449. 302 players left. Actually, that would be kind of funny. Have a tracker. Like have a thing on the like corner saying how many players left. That's actually kind of funny. Maybe. All right. But yeah, so we're at actually what percentage are we at now? Almost at 60. That's something. Am I cutting the list at the 50 players? Or am I just adding 51? No, I'm cutting at 50. Like this is gonna be out before 51 starts. Like this is coming out in the lead up to 51. Like probably as 51 goes, I'll add them myself, like on my own personal list. But yeah, I won't make it like in a video. I might make it like a post season like video. Make like a video like saying where they would be. But yeah. Chat GPT's ratings. Let's see. Yeah, I might actually do that. Put a counter on the corner. Oh, did it by season? Cool. No S tier in Australian Outback. That's kind of funny. So Hatch is the only S tier in. Yeah, was there none in, or was it Boston Rob? No, not even Boston Rob. Boston Rob C tier. Oh no. Okay, yeah, so it's doing it per season also. Dude, it just keeps on going on. Okay, that's funny. There'll be easy content after new season. Yeah. I mean, generally, this video is much easier to make than a Rumo video. They finish the next stream? Probably not. I think if we're not like, all right, next stream, where would I want to be? I would want to be like, let's say I get so okay, we have 300 people left. I think 3 streams from now, I think would be the goal to be done with this phase. 3 streams from now, that'll be Ooh, okay, even that's a bit rough. But I don't know, I think, like, that's the bare minimum, and then, like, we'll see if we can finalize the list in one stream. That'll surely happen. Wow. Yeah, like, generally, this video is so much easier to make than a Rumo video. The problem is that it takes longer to record, obviously, but, like, the actual editing and everything is going to be so much easier. Like, yeah, Rumo video is, like, its own, like, separate beast. Even the 50 review is going to take longer to make than this video. Like, yeah, generally, like, this video is not actually that bad. Yeah, especially all things, like, especially considering it's going to be, like, broken up into so many parts and everything. Like, this is actually, like, not, like, that. Yeah, it's not really that bad. Like, really, this is the hardest part, is, like, creating the actual list. Like, the actual recording, and, like, again, it's a long recording, and it's, like, monotonous, but it's not, like, it's not, like, a difficult recording process. It's literally just, like, hey, this is the list, and just talk about each person. And then, yeah, like, the actual editing process is, like, easy, especially considering I already have, like, most things set up. How much can these people really go up? At this point, hopefully not that much, because I need this done. Yeah, it's like I would not expect too much anymore. Like, I think we've got to be nearing a cutoff point, right? Like, I'll be surprised if anyone passes, like, this level at this, or maybe, like, this level at this point. Well, I guess we'll see. Like, the full list first, then cut into parts, or vice versa? What are we talking about? Like, I guess vice versa. Like, I already know the parts. Like, I'm doing 50 people each part, essentially. So yeah, it's the latter. Check out the San Juan del Sur tribes. I won't now, but I will eventually. But yeah, it's like, I mean, like, Hunahpu has, like, some of the best players of all time on it. Like, Koyopa has, like, who's the best player in Koyopa? Was it Baylor? So, yeah. Yeah, it is Baylor, yeah. And what, we still haven't even gotten to what? John Rocker, Val, Nadia. Who else is there? Dale. So, yeah. I don't think Val's even that bad of a player. How much of Genevieve hating Aubrey was Aubrey's fault? I think it's mutual. Like, it's both their faults. Like, I think both misplayed that situation. They'll make a full 8-hour video and then cut it up. Oh, you mean that way? Depends on the situation. Probably with this, it'll be the individual parts first, and then, like, Rumo video was like one big 8-hour video, and then I split it up. Like, this is, yeah, it's probably gonna be like 50. Yeah, I'll probably, like, do the individual chunks, then piece it together afterwards. That's the way I did the Big Brother one. But then it's all recorded as, like, one big recording, though. Like, I did, like, the intro outro for each part for the Big Brother video. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that for the Survivor one, or if I'll just do it, like, the way I did it with the Rumo video, just having, like, a title card at the end. But yeah, either way, it's like, when I initially record it, it's meant to be, like, one long recording. Or, like, one long video. Didn't realize that second clip. Wait, what? Yeah, Oscar winner Val, obviously. I think about Kimmy Kappenberg. Okay, cool.
Kimmy. Kimmy.
Actually, generally, I don't know if this is a, like, I never actually thought about this. Yeah, I don't know. Is this a reference from Jeremy?
Don't jump all over me, sweetheart.
I doubt it was, like, I doubt Jeremy, like, did Jeremy know Kimmy's history that well? I don't know. Maybe he did. Like, he is a big fan, but like I don't know if he's like a big Kimmy Kappenberg fan. Rankings, there's no scripts. Like, generally, like I can't even think of the last ranking I did any semblance of a script for. Like, this is literally what I'm gonna record with. Well, I guess not this, but like the Big Brother rank. Like, this is what I record with. Is this? Like, I just have this in front of me and just go person by person. Like, same thing with like this is literally all I had in front of me for the updated like 50 player ranking. Like, this is all I had in front of me for the returning players chances video. Do I mess up and often record? Depends on the situation and like what the mess up is. A lot of times, no. I just don't feel like it, but like it depends. Again, it depends how bad it is and what it is. If I ever meet Jeremy, that'll be my first question for him. Well, thank God, we'll get the answer someday. Yeah, that was very dumb, Jeremy. But like, yeah, it obviously was like a very like emotional thing. I feel like Aubrey's bad start just came down to Genevieve never believing Aubrey, and that feels unlucky. I disagree with that. I think it was more than just Genevieve. Like, Aubrey didn't have a good relationship with anyone on that tribe. Like, even if it was even if it's like she has a bad relationship with Genevieve, she could have had a good relationship with Kyle. She could have had a good relationship with Colby. But no, they all wanted her gone. Does Jeremy keep up from Cambodia? I'm not 100% sure, actually. Can't think of anyone right away, but I would assume so. Oh. All right, I think we'll end here. It's 4:18 in the morning. It's past 5 hours in the stream. I think I will start at 10. Oh, yeah, actually, he's still friends with Fishback. I forgot about that. But anyway, yeah, I think we'll probably start at 10 on Wednesday. Just, again, hopefully get more work in this player ranking done. I think that's kind of my goal right now is like probably 3 streams to finish this round, and then 1 or 2 streams to finish the list. Probably not, but oh well. Again, we'll see how it goes. Anyway, yeah, again, I watch Trailers NZ. I might get back to One Piece. I'll probably play more Gears of War. I think that's pretty much, well, and obviously work on the 50 review. I think that'll pretty much be what happens between now and next stream. So, yeah. Anyway, see you guys next time. That didn't hit. Anyway, yeah, again, see you guys next time.